Alright, so, how is everyone doing?
Me or my character?
Yes.
I'm
I'm
doing
alone in the dark.
fine. Mitch is having a bad day.
Mitch is probably having a very bad day. I can believe that wholeheartedly. Alright, let me get the music on here for scene 3. Last we left off, all of your characters had made their way to Dr. Albrecht's office. Having opened the door and headed inside, the door closed behind you all, and you all found yourselves, rather than in a doctor's office, in a wide concrete floor and walled corridor. I'm hearing a lot of background noise from someone. Please mute yourself.
Sorry, I was trying to get the music, but I guess I'm not gonna have it. There.
In a wide concrete floor and walled corridor. Wires and piping run along the ceiling and up and down some of the walls. The lights overhead are spaced far apart, leaving areas of darkness in between each small section of light. Some of the lights seem to be out, some of them are flickering. About 50 yards down the hallway, you see what looks to be a large board on the wall. You can't quite make out what it is from this distance in the light. However, Bruce, right before you all found this door, you had felt a hand on your shoulder, and your shoulder is still very cold at this point in time. So,
So, Mitch will just look around, sort of confused. Chance either you two know what's going on here?
This is bigger than the office could have been.
Bruce, you have been in Dr. Albrecht's office previously. This this is not Dr. Albrecht's office. You are not quite sure where this is.
I don't feel like I need to have been in an office to tell this is not an office.
That's fair. Have any idea where we might actually be? A lot of concrete. You think somewhere underground, maintenance area maybe?
At this point, since just meta, would we be hearing the generator or anything from where we're at?
There seems to be some kind of dull hum in the air, but nothing loud enough to really discern. No.
Okay.
Are we even still in the hospital?
I mean, is the door we came in still behind us?
No, the door is gone. You are in the middle of a hallway.
If we're still in the building, it's somewhere I've never been.
Oh,
We were on the second floor, right?
as far as I know.
Yes, you were on the second floor previously.
Yeah, we were.
This doesn't make Makes sense.
Did we walk here or something?
Well, I think if we'd walked here, at least one of us would remember it.
I don't really like standing right here.
Neither do I. Care where this is so much as the know that we need to get out of here.
Just keep
And just keep what?
moving.
Let's try to get down there
Sure.
towards the board.
Either way.
Alright, you all make your way down the hallway slowly towards the board. Getting a little bit closer to the board, you can see as it starts to come into clearer vision, it does seem to be a map of some kind. As you get right up next to it and start to take a look at it and glance over, it does seem to be a map of the asylum itself. Not like a two blueprints map, but like a general map of the entirety of the building from the fourth floor all the way down to the basement.
So kind of like one of those general "you are here" maps.
Yeah, kind of. There is an indicator on the map that shows you where you are. The indicator seems to be placed strangely, though. It seems like the indicator is below the basement level.
Below the basement?
Is that even possible?
Like there's a fourth floor, there's like the third floor, there's the second floor, there's the ground floor, there's the basement, and your indicator shows you like here.
Secret basements or something? Something that's not on any other map?
Or a misprint or something.
Basement might have like a crawl space under it, but beyond that.
Lily looks around to see if she can see any, like, you know those, for, like, tunnels where they have all the wires up to one side of the ceiling for crawl spaces?
Yeah, kind of.
She just looks around to see if she sees anything like that.
Any areas of piping or wiring that seem to head either up or out to the sides or through a wall, there seem to be very, very specific places that are drilled out to let them run through, as opposed to like a crawl.
Okay.
I'm wondering, do any of the pipes or wires have markings on them? Because sometimes pipes and wires will have markings on them, say like hot water, cold water, first floor Ethernet, something like that. Yeah, first floor electric, first floor Ethernet, something like that. Or if this is just unlabeled pipes and wires.
They don't have any like writing labels on them, but you do notice that like some of the pipes will have like a black band around them. Some of them will have like a red band or a blue band. You kind of get the impression that maintenance had their own kind of labeling system for keeping track of everything. Like the most extent for writing you might see is like an A1 or
Yeah,
like a
no,
C2.
That's actually pretty common on military installations and submarines. So, yeah.
Yeah, and your character would know those too because of his background.
I might if they were using the same code,
Yeah.
but they're probably not.
So,
That's a good question. Silent, do I recognize like any of the coding on this, or do I just get the impression it's like blue, cold water, red, hot water, everything else incomprehensible?
You get the feeling that like there might be the potential that someone working maintenance, maybe one or more of the people might have at one point worked like engineering or something in the military, and then come here after retirement, just someplace where they could utilize their skill set. But it whether or not it's the same code that
Or just
you
something
might,
that looks kind of similar.
yeah, you'd have to spend a lot of time and traveling to and from rooms and tracking the piping or the wiring to really try to figure that out.
Right, so we don't get any helpful information there.
Well, I
We have
mean,
a-
we have a.
we have a
Go
map.
ahead.
We just don't know where we are.
And we could probably follow the pipes in hopes it could lead us to the generator or something.
That's another thought. The wiring, the bundles of wires, are they thicker in one direction than the other? Like,
Um,
because what I'm envisioning is like the wires go to the generator, runs out, runs like in a corner of the ceiling, and then like a couple of wires get put up through a hole, and then it keeps going, and eventually like the casing for it gets smaller as you have less wires to actually run through.
yes. It looks like if you had looking at the map, if you head back in the direction you came, so to your left, which you don't really have any relation to whether that's towards the left wing or the right wing, but looking at the map to your left, if you look a couple lights down, kind of follow along, it looks like there are cords running out and then up, and it's kind of getting thinner somewhat as they come towards you. There are a few different bundles of wirings.
I think we were gonna try and check on one of the generators.
I mean, if it's here, you think anyone will mind if we take the map?
You
I
know,
don't
to be
think there's
honest, I have
anyone
no
left
idea.
to care.
It's not really like a map you can take. It seems to be kind of like laminated in like a big frame attached to the wall. I mean, you could certainly try, but like the map itself is a very large map. This is a big building.
Anyone got something to write? We could maybe copy part of it.
None of you have any pen or paper. You guys just kind of.
I thought Bruce got like a pen or something from that desk in the other room we went to before, or Lily
like-
did. One of the two.
Lily got a lighter. She has cigarettes, a lighter, a razor blade, a keychain with a key light, and that's about it.
I have a letter opener.
I have a knife and and some paper clips and a flashlight. Good.
And
Yeah.
one battery for the flashlight.
And an extra battery, yeah.
None of you took any kind of office supplies from any of the offices that you were in.
We were in the
Hey.
offices. There was probably office supplies in the office we're going to. We didn't
And I
plan
looted
on.
like 3 different office desks.
Yeah, we didn't really plan on going into the basement.
No, you didn't.
Yet.
Or ever.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Basements of asylums. Nothing bad ever happens there.
I mean, every time I've played Phasmophobia so far, nothing bad happens there.
Yeah, that's because every time we've played Silent and Phasmophobia, the ghost has always been right in the front lobby.
Anyway, so,
Off chance, does the map show where offices are? Are the individual, like, rooms labeled?
Some of the big rooms are labeled, yeah. Is there one
Is
specific that you
security labeled?
Security is labeled. It seems like there is a security office, a small security like office on the ground floor, towards the back end of the building, kind of in line with the front doors. There also seems to be a security office somewhere on the 4th floor. However, any kind of large security office, for whatever reason, you're not able to find a large security location in the building. But you do know that there is a large security group here, so it does seem kind of strange.
Just meta, making it to where there's not one big security office actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it, because you wouldn't want to put all your eggs in one basket in this kind of a building in case prisoners or patients
Right.
escape.
yeah.
Because if they take over one of them, you'll have like 2 backup that you can then retake it versus having one large one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like on the 4th floor, it looks like there is one, like, center of the building, security location that's probably like 2 or 3 rooms. And there's a small one-room one on the 1st floor. But kind of, especially from what you would know, Bruce, none of them seem to be large enough to facilitate the security presence that's here at the hospital. So you do get the impression that there would probably be another location for security. It's just not on a map of the asylum.
So in other words, a hidden location like the one we're in.
How many hidden things are in this place?
Could be a hidden location, could be outside the asylum itself. Bruce, you would actually be privy to some of the same information that Lily is. The admin offices are center of the building, towards the back. On the 2nd floor, need a key card. You would know that primarily high-risk patients, potentially violent patients, are right-wing 4th floor, with a few of the high-risk patients being from the 3rd floor. You do know that there is an outer courtyard to the hospital, with an auxiliary staff building with more offices and a staff location located there, which is not on this map. It is a quarter-mile drive from the front gate to the parking in front of the main building, and the property itself is surrounded by a 10 to 12 foot brick wall with a additional 1.5 foot high inverted barbed wire fencing.
Huh.
Going off of that knowledge, would there be a possibility of a tunnel linking the two? Because I know that was fairly common in a lot of the older asylums.
It's a
Which is-
possibility,
I guess-
but you would
yeah.
have to try and find it.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that indicated on the map, but the auxiliary building is also not indicated on the map.
Well,
But that is information that Bruce knows from personal experience. Lily, you know that from your visions.
Hence why, yeah.
are you two feel up to maybe checking on the generators? Kind of want to get
Sounds
out of here,
good.
but, you know, map's not showing us any way out. If it's even right. Speaking of, where are the stairs on the basement level on the map?
It looks like there is a set of stairs going from the basement to the ground floor. It looks like there's one at the far end of each wing, as well as one kind of in the center.
Okay, so if we are in there and this is a typo, then just walking straight down the hallway should get us to some stairs.
Yes.
Real cool.
Since you're asking about stairs, it does also look that there's a couple of maintenance elevators that are kind of halfway down the large center portion of the building in either direction. There's a couple of maintenance elevators.
I think we previously established elevators were a bad idea, but yeah.
Just additional information for you to consider.
Yep.
Quick question. I was alone in Rachel's office when I found the lighter and everything, so none of Taylor and Illiren wouldn't know that I had the lighter, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Mitch and Bruce do not know you have the lighter. I'm not familiar with these Illiren or Taylor people that you refer to.
Touche. But that also means that they wouldn't know that I have the key chain with the lamp light. But the keys might have some keys on them that would be useful now that I think about it.
There are a couple of keys. You're not quite sure what they're to, but there are a couple of keys on the keychain.
There's no labels or anything on them?
There's
Probably
brand.
like some like incomprehensible like F225.
There's branding and yeah, kind of labels that you're not familiar with.
With like
Okay.
V6, it's like, what does that mean?
Volkswagen 6?
Yeah.
Well,
So
not anywhere doing standing here.
all right. So you lead the way.
I don't know which way we're going.
Any direction.
I think if we want to get to one of the generators, we should look at one of those electrical cable bundles. And he points up. Should get thinner the further away from the generator we are as they run more wires up.
So,
I mean, it might just lead
Follow
into
the-
a wall somewhere, but it's the best lead we got, I think.
I guess we're following. I guess I'm leading the group to follow electrical cables back towards the bundle in hopes of finding the generator.
Huzzah! We have done that.
Huzzah!
We're doing that. Yes.
Okay. Following the cables, you're kind of leading the group. Who's leading the group?
Bruce
I
is,
think
apparently.
Bruce.
Bruce is? Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead
I'm
and make
in
me.
control of the situation.
Calm down, Bruce.
I don't know if I'd call this in control of the situation.
He's trying to work towards it, okay?
I know he's trying to work towards it.
It'll never come up. Don't worry.
It can if you RP it. The only reason I'm not having you make a roll for your moment here is because you basically got told by Mitch to follow the wires.
Yeah.
But go ahead and I do need you to make me a roll though. You have 8 dice in your dice pool.
First roll of the night. 8 sixes. Oh no.
No sixes.
And your moment is on top.
And so it begins.
Can you find a way to narrate yourself being in control, Illiren, to save us from your poor
Oh,
dice
no, the
rolling?
slightest.
Oh
Oh,
boy.
there's no possible way.
Well, this is kind of more what I was expecting last session.
Yeah.
Here's what we were missing.
I was thinking if we roll like we did last time, we might actually get to play this on Halloween.
Right.
Well, there goes one candle.
Alright, so one candle goes out. Oh, before I actually turn off the music. Bruce, you begin to lead the group down the hallway, kind of following after the bundle of wires. You all walk for about 5 minutes down this hallway, kind of moving slowly, trying to stick to the areas where it's slightly lighter, but with the lights overhead constantly flickering in and out, it's hard to really maintain a position in the light at all times. After about 5 minutes of walking, you come to what seems to be a T-junction. Down to the left, the lights seem to be mostly on. However, following the bundle of wires, the wires head off to the right, with only a couple of flickering lights remaining lit. As you begin to head down the right-hand corridor, those of you who have lights, Mitch, you pull out your flashlight and flick it on. The light is dim. The flashlight is fogged, but it gives off a little light. Lily, you also pull out your keychain. Turn on the little keychain light. It doesn't do a whole lot in such an expansive location hallway as this, but it provides a dim glow in your vicinity. You proceed down this right-hand hallway for a couple minutes, the dull hum in the air getting slightly louder. However, there's also another noise that begins to resonate in the air around you. It sounds almost like it sounds like a voice, a younger voice, maybe a child or early teens, singing voice that begins to echo around in the dark hallway. As you kind of begin to reach the end, you can see in the flickering light what seems to be another staircase, but it's heading further down. And as you're all about 15-20 steps away from it, the light flickers and the lights in the hallway go out. Alright. Time for truths. We are going to do these in the same way as last time. So, Bruce, you
Let
made
us down.
the roll. So you are the first person to create a truth.
Alright, truth time. Really short scene though. Not much to go off of there.
It can be anything.
Oh, okay. All right. Whatever that was.
Just laughing.
Uh,
Just
I
waiting
think
for.
he may have seen my post in general.
I did not see a post in general yet.
Oh yeah, no.
okay. So, impossible geometry. I don't know how to describe that in words. You know, rooms, hollows in the geometry of the building is just not actually possible. Rooms are either too big or too
Non-Euclidean.
small for what they're.
Wait, what?
He wants the area to have non-Euclidean geometry.
Isn't non-Euclidean geometry just geometry on a sphere?
Yes, but it's also traditionally used to describe geometry where it wouldn't fit in any sort of flat mapping. Like I know
Basically,
it's technically not like an extra-dimensional space type of thing, but that's how it's usually used.
I have no idea how it would work that in this story.
are you wanting it to be like the TARDIS, where it's a lot bigger than it should be?
Yeah, it's smaller on the outside.
Bigger on the inside, smaller than the outside.
Like,
Like the bag of holding.
like hallways and rooms would either be too big, too small once you're inside them to fit within the confines of the outside.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of how to
Like,
work that into the story.
The map wouldn't be incredibly truthful then, and it would explain us being below the
Yeah.
map.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
but again, like you're the arbiter here, arbitrator.
I mean
It-
that
it's
that's
simple.
Demiurge.
It's simple. Space doesn't matter anymore.
okay.
Only light.
Um,
Screw gravity. Whoop.
I guess
It's boring.
I guess I am the building has impossible geometry. Um,
You know, the basement does if it helps you out later on.
one of the keys on Lily's keychain is the key to the front door.
I don't know what to do now for a truth. The other key is a key to the guard's supplies.
Okay, one of the keys on your keychain is a key to a guard office. Taylor?
Hmm. The generator is broken, but we find full containers of gasoline nearby.
Generator is broken, but full Alright. Illiren.
I like it too. Yay. Was it voices or singing? I can't remember.
It was singing.
Singing. Sounded like a child or young teen singing in the darkness.
Some of the voice is a dark want to help us.
Why do I feel like Lily's gonna be hearing voices?
No reason.
I mean, I already get visions. Oh well.
Which one? I have two ideas. I'm not sure which one I want to use.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound like a good thing.
Just what it is. Just make it fun.
That's last name and first name. Lily recognizes the voice that is singing as her own voice from when she was a child, and recognizes the song as one that she made up to sing for Rachel.
Does that mean I have to come up with a creepy song now?
No. No one said it was a creepy song, it's just a child singing in the darkness, which in and of itself is kind
Well,
of creepy.
Here's the thing. I'll end up humming it at some point, and I need to figure out something that'll not get you copyright.
Yeah, just don't.
Fluffy unicorns. No, okay.
Stop. Alright. 1, 2, 3.
And we
And
are alive.
we are alive.
And we are alive.
Close enough.
Good job, team. We got this.
We were far enough off from each
Yay!
other that it actually sounded in sequence instead of together. So
Yeah.
We're getting closer.
we're getting further away, actually.
You're
but-
definitely getting further away, but sure.
Baby steps, folks. Baby steps.
It hasn't. The size of the step doesn't change the direction.
Alright. As the lights go out, you can hear the sound of singing in the darkness. Your flashlights coming on. The stairs heading down in front of you at the end of this hallway. Taking a look, the bundle of cables that has grown slightly thicker as you've been traveling does seem to wind down the outside of this staircase as it doubles back in on itself and heads into the darkness. The hum getting louder as you've traveled. It definitely seems like the generator is in fact in this direction. Lily, as... I need to turn this down slightly more because it's breaking my train of thought. As this singing continues, as you all begin to make your way down these steps, nowhere on the map that you saw previously, you begin to recognize the song that's being sung. You begin to recognize the voice that is singing it. It's your voice. It's a song that you made up in your childhood, playing with your friend Rachel. You can't quite remember, actually. It almost seems like you get bits and pieces and flashes in your head that, you know, Rachel wasn't real, that she didn't help you get a job here at this hospital. She was someone that you made up, but they conflict in your head. They clash against memories of going to school, going to college for psychology, of being roommates with Rachel in college and having her assist you in getting this job that you swear you have here at this hospital. And with that kind of conflicting memories happening in your head now, you round the corner with the rest of the group onto another sub-basement level. A long, similar concrete corridor of piping and wires kind of stretch out before you all. And you can see doors kind of lining the sides of the hallway.
While Lily is having the vision and zoned out, she unconsciously begins singing the song in sync.
Well, it's not really a vision. You're not having a vision.
More like zoning out somewhat.
No, you're not even zoning out.
Okay.
No, you're just having conflicting memories in your head that seem to contradict
Okay.
one another.
She stops and kind of just stares, trying to figure out what is true and what is false. Kind of like a breakdown, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Well,
And she's kind of just like holding her head.
if we weren't already below the basement, these stairs are going down.
So, secret basement or double secret basement?
Something along those lines. Do suppose you know about any secret basements in this hospital?
Bruce, you have never heard of any kind of secret basement from any of the staff or the from the doctors or the janitors or the security. You've never heard of anyone knowing of any kind of secret basement or sub-basement.
Um, shouldn't it shouldn't be here. Like, what made me half surprised there was some like rooms just forgotten up, but 2 secret basements. No.
And this isn't even
No.
particular. From what you guys could see, it wasn't even particularly secret. It was just an additional set of stairs at the end of the hallway. It wasn't hidden. It was just the hallway ended and stairs kind of went down.
Yeah, something about this scene.
We were on the second floor. Walked through a door, ended up in the hallway. And now I think Lily's having a breakdown.
She's not saying anything. She's just, at this point, kind of in a fetal position. Still fighting with her memories.
Lily, it's too early for that. Hey, Lily. Kind of kneeling next to her.
Okay. What do you-
Yeah, can you hear me?
She kind of starts slowly just exiting. Well, she just slowly opens her eyes and just stares at you.
Okay. Look around and try to look at 5 things you can see. Don't have to say it, just look for them.
She proceeds to do that. Seeing mostly the cables, the stairway, a weird crack in the corner that just barely you can see with the light level.
I was gonna say, keep in mind the light level you guys have is Lily's kind of keychain flashlight that's giving a dull glow around you all, and Mitch's kind of fogged old flashlight. There are no lights on where you currently are.
Yeah, hence why I kind of said you can barely
Yeah.
see.
Yep.
Good. You're doing great. Now, I want you to think about 4 things you can feel. Wave your clothes, that keychain,
Cold, hungry, some fear, the keychain, and I'm assuming if Bruce is close, his breath.
alright? Now, what are 3 things you can hear?
A familiar voice singing a familiar tune. The humming. And
Alright?
that's pretty much everything we can hear. There's only really 2 things besides the voice.
You sure that's the only thing you can hear right now? Just those 2 things?
Well, besides your voice, in a way. Remember, she's not
Fair
answering
enough.
anything.
I'm doing the 5-4-3-2-1. It's a form of grounding method for anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
I am aware.
Which fits exactly what she's pretty much having, almost.
Yeah, it seems like it's pretty heavy, yeah.
If you two are done, want to see if we can find the generator?
And she kind of just gets up, shakily.
Alright, you're doing wonderful there.
I will say, Bruce. Oh, I need to also change that to a 7.
It's gonna...
I was gonna say,
Okay.
Bruce. Make me a roll.
Come on, all ones. 4 1.
Oh my
2 sixes.
god.
Yep, this seems fine.
Yeah, everything's fine.
This is okay.
It's gonna... Alright.
Okay. Kind of quickly recognizing Lily's symptoms. Bruce, you kind of kneel down next to her. Kind of slowly talking to her, working her back to being really present with you, with Mitch. Kind of taking this time to reground someone who's kind of lost themselves. You kind of feel a little bit of a sense of comfort, of familiarity with your day-to-day work from your time working here in the asylum, working with the different patients. It's something that's comforting to you. It's something that's familiar to you with your family's history. It's kind of the reason why you became a doctor here in the first place. And kind of you yourself in this moment begin to feel like, hey, you know, if I can still take the time to sit down with someone, even just for a minute, and help them kind of bring themselves back. You know, maybe there is still, in fact, hope. Maybe there's a chance that we can kind of all pull together and get ourselves out of whatever is happening. And you get your hope die.
I've never done that before.
What, his hope died?
I think anyone's ever done that before. I don't think anyone's ever done it.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah, you have yet to get a hope die in any of the series you've been in.
Yes.
we've had people who I believe got their hope die.
Yeah, just not
I thought,
Illiren.
like,
Yeah, just not Illiren.
I know everyone attempted, but no one ever actually got it.
Taylor
No,
got it.
Happened.
Taylor got it last.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember getting one.
Yeah, he got his hope
Yeah.
die, and then he sacrificed himself to give it to Fat Mike, who
Fat
then
Mike.
immediately died like 2 scenes later.
Oh, right. Maybe
Hey
that's
there,
why I
Alex.
remember it.
And then someone else got it in the Midnight Cabin.
Hey there, Alex. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Yes, I believe we did get a hope die in Midnight Cabin.
And I think
Well-
everyone failed in Dead Radio.
Dead Radio was that was a thing.
Yeah.
Sounds like it was a disaster.
That was dark.
Oh, yeah.
I have to watch it.
Um,
it
I don't even think I can say how the last character died.
Yeah, give me some time
you'd
to watch it.
spoil a lot of it.
Yeah.
But
No, it
holy
was
crap, the ending on it was it gave me goosebumps.
it was
So
dark.
Illiren has
I could
his hope die.
guess.
Yeah, can you post a link to that actually after we're done here in the or just send it DM it to me on Discord.
Yeah.
I
No,
can, yeah.
I can
Flip
DM
on
you
it,
the
yeah.
link. There's an entire 10 Candles playlist on the YouTube channel.
Well, you got your hope die, and we've got 3 dice in the pool right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got your
That's
hope die,
succeeded.
but you got it
That's
at
more
a
important.
cost. However, you do now have an extra die that you can roll every time you have to make a check, Bruce. That will succeed on a 5 or a 6 rather than just on a 6. So do remember to roll it separately.
Rolling a bunch of die that only succeed on 6s and getting a bunch of 1s. Sounds
Yeah.
like Warhammer.
Yeah.
Overwatch. Every time. No,
Everything is
Yeah.
perfectly fine.
But yes, so Lily, you, with the help of Bruce, slowly begin to pull yourself back together. Your memories are still blurred, still confused, but for the moment at least, regrounded in the situation that you all find yourselves in.
Okay.
well, if you two are done doing whatever you were doing, do we want to try and find that generator now?
Can you keep walking? Looking down at Lily.
Kitsune, thank you for the 10 biddies.
And Lily once again just gets up and prepares to follow.
Okay. So where are you all heading to?
I mean, we don't have much other recourse. We don't really know where we're going, so at this point, Mitch was going to try and lead everyone further along that bundling of cables that's going down the stairs.
Okay, keep in mind that as you're going down, every probably 5 to 10 feet, there is another door on each side of the hallway.
I'm not sure. When we get to one of the doors, Mitch will try and open one.
Okay. You go a little ways down the hallway, you walk for a couple of minutes, these continuous doors spaced along the hallway. You eventually get to one door. The bundle of cables continues running deeper down the hallway. But you do eventually reach a doorway that has a couple of cables passing through the wall right next to it. And kind of pausing, you turn and rattle the door handle, pushing it open. Go ahead and make me a roll.
Oh boy.
You got this.
End of scene? No.
Holy crap!
Hey.
Oh my gosh! Double 6s.
Okay. Now you did roll a 1.
Yes. But I got 6s, which I was not expecting to get any 6s at that point.
Do you want to utilize your vice of being a pyro to help you open this door in a basement?
Oh, and there's an easy way to integrate it.
Have you?
You know what? Let me try integrating it, and you tell me if it works.
Okay.
So I want to open up the door, and it's not a generator, it's actually a storage closet that has a bunch of different supplies, including...
Well, keep in mind, you have to tie it into opening the door, not into the result. Because
No, I don't think I really can, unless...
okay. Because I will
Burn
also
the door down.
I will also tell you why I kind of said ooh before that, before you rolled. You
Right.
rolled 2 6s. I
You
also rolled 2 6s on 3d6. Since you did not roll more 6s than me, I have narrative control of what this success looks like.
Right, but the scene didn't end. That was surprising. I'm just surprised that I rolled any 6s.
Yeah. Alright. So you guys all go down to 2 dice remaining in your pool for the scene.
Oh,
Joy.
happy, happy, joy, joy.
Mitch, reaching over to the door handle, you kind of turn it. It's kind of stiff. Feels rusted, but you kind of twist, force the handle to turn, the latch to pop open. You kind of push the door open, shining the light in. Inside of the room, you see this large space, probably 15 to 20 feet in either direction. The walls lined with shelves and cabinets, glass faces, all kinds of vials and tubes and other instruments scattered around and inside on some of the countertops. You see in the center of the room a single shaded lamp that is on and flickering. A welcome light in an otherwise dark basement. However, underneath this flickering light, you can see a reclined chair. Not like a legged chair, but a wide base with a central support pillar holding it up. A tray of tools of some kind over to the side. Kind of all of you wandering in to take a look. This looks almost like some kind of arcane surgery room. There are incision devices and small metal hooks on the table, cloth stained with blood next to some dirty water in what looks to be a small jar, some tools sitting propped out of it. And on the chair is the motionless body of what seems to be a middle-aged man. He's not moving, seems to be strapped down onto the chair. And you can see along the top part of his cranium small incisions that have been made, a piece of flesh that has been removed away, revealing a part of the skull that seems to have been, based on what you can see, very recently been being worked on.
This would be a good time to bring up that that's a lot of blood.
It's quite a bit of blood.
I think we should give this one a skip. Unless one of you two wants to go in there.
You all did have to enter the room to really make this out.
Right. Okay. Mitch, as they get in the room and look around and see this, and say, yeah, I'm gonna go watch the door. And he goes over and goes back out of the room.
Okay. At this point, Bruce and Lily, you're both inside of this very archaic surgery type room. Bruce, this is definitely does not look like anything you're familiar with in terms of the hospital's procedures. In fact, from your training and teaching, this seems highly illegal in this day and age. This seems like something that was done more along the lines of, 40, 50, 60 years ago, and hasn't been in practice for a long time, which is why it's very shocking to you that everything seems so fresh. And at this point, you are both now in this room. The only light in the room for both of you is the small glow from Lily's flashlight and this single flickering shaded lamp over the chair.
Would we see any surgical tools or any tools lying around, or just the body, and I would have to roll to find out?
Yeah, no, like I said, there's a table of a variety of surgical tools on a small kind of wheel cart table next to the body in this chair.
Oh, hey, here's a thought. Is there anything that was like a mid to large size club-like object that Mitch could grab on his way out?
That's actually what I was about to say. Lily would walk up and grab some more things to be used as weapons, like scalpels or a bone saw or something.
Bone saw would make an incredibly inefficient weapon, but you do you.
You do
I believe you.
you do see a saw, a very small hand-sized saw on the table. That seems to be freshly bloodied. Probably on whatever was just happening in this room not long ago.
Didn't Lily find towels before?
You
Yeah.
did grab towels.
What about scalpels or other small knives like that? Would there
Yeah,
be any on
no,
the table?
there are scalpels. There are small metal hooked instruments of some kind. Small kind of mirrors on the edge of short sticks. Some of them are lying on the table, still not the blood still not fully dried. Some of them are in this dirty water. All of them seem to be fairly rusted,
Lily will
old.
grab
But
3 scalpels.
okay,
Go ahead, I'm
no,
sorry.
go ahead real quick.
Lily will grab 3 scalpels and clean them off with one of the towels.
Okay. And Mitch, you were looking for a large club-like object?
Yeah, pretty much anything that could have a decent weight to it. Pipe, table, leg type, anything like that. If not, then he's just gonna leave without it. But if he does find something like that, then he would grab it on the way out, just in
Okay.
case anyone or anything showed up.
For that, I am going to need a roll. I will make it an optional roll. You can either choose to roll it or not.
Uh-oh.
This seems like a good place to have something creepy happen, so why not? If it was Mitch making the decision, it would not be happening, but I'm making the decision, so screw you, Mitch.
Oh.
No.
And there ends the scene.
You did roll a single 1.
I don't really know a way I can incorporate pyro into this unless I find like a Molotov cocktail.
Or you ask
Again,
anyone if they have a lighter.
Again, that's the result, not the actual method of the roll. So yeah, no.
Okay.
We're gonna be stuck with this. As he's walking out the door, scene ends.
Yes, as you kind of back up to 6 dice in the pool for the next scene. And one of the candles does darken as the scene ends. Lily, as you kind of grab these scalpels off of the table, clean them off with one of the towels. Mitch, you head out into the hallway, failing to find anything of real ample weight for use as something to defend yourself.
Probably not looking very hard. You know, lots of blood.
Yeah, it's kind of set off your hemophobia. You're kind of you want to look thoroughly, but you also really just want to be out of the room. And you kind of quickly glance around and head out into the hallway. As you head into the hallway, you kind of begin looking up and down, keeping watch for Lily and Bruce. You can suddenly hear what sound like footsteps, from back in the direction of the stairs, and what sounds like something metal scraping along the floor. And that is where this scene will end.
Pyramid Head.
Oh no.
And it's time for more truths.
Is it sad this is how I expected the first session to go?
Normally go.
It's how it normally happens. The first session was very unique.
This is very much a
will
moment where I'm
probably
like,
never happen to go.
character would not have made this role if he was in charge, but I'm in charge, so screw him.
Alright, well, Taylor, since you were the last one to fail a roll, you were the first one to make a truth.
Alright, let's see if we can find something interesting. How about this? Bruce recognizes the body as a coworker.
Okay.
I feel like that's creepy mental hospital basement enough.
Illiren, you're up.
Okay. some of the specters. How do I say this? Why am I so bad at speaking? It's like 90% German. Why can I not? Uh, say this room normal day. How do I say that? There are visions of normal life at the hospital.
How so?
Are you meaning like a more flashback style? Like
Or-
Sort of like
flashbacks
a
when
flashback
everything
style.
was normal?
Or like you think
Like-
everything's normal for a couple of seconds and then it's back to being horrible again.
Yes.
Okay.
The second one, Taylor's one. It was like you open the door and go in, and it's like normal room. People are talking. This is a normal day.
And then just
Very
static
soft.
and gore fest.
Okay. All of you, Mitch, you quickly get everyone out of the room, and you all make your way to the generator.
So your truth is we get to the generator.
We leave and start making our way there doesn't necessarily mean
Yes,
get there.
everyone makes their way to the generator. Kitsune?
I'm thinking something this one will add to creepiness factor. We all share a vision in which Rachel and Lily are playing together when they were when Lily.
Mm,
I can do a different one if that won't work.
I was gonna say, try to keep it centered more to the here and now.
Yeah, I was just trying to play up the creep factor, but yeah, I understand what you're talking about.
Too much of this visions stuff is starting
Okay.
to.
A specter leads us to the generator. Almost like we're getting pushed towards the generator, sort of thing.
Okay.
Does that work fine?
Yep. Taylor,
yes.
you're up.
Hmm. Spectre appears as an old friend of Mitch's.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
We are alive.
We're alive.
Okay.
Yeah, Taylor, you're right. We're slowly not progressing. We're getting farther away.
Alright, I will start the music for the 5th scene here. If my internet wants to respond.
Wow,
That's
we're
how it
flying
usually
through
happens.
now.
How is the audio here? That's good. Alright. And folks, we'll leave you with the music here for just a moment as I bring us over to the Be Right Back screen. And we will return in just a minute.
The game! Let's see.
Alright.
Generator, yeah, we're going to the generator.
As you all leave the room, making your way further down the hall towards where you believe the generator to be, you can all hear this metallic scraping along the ground, then heads into the room that you were previously in. It almost doesn't even sound like something being dragged. It almost sounds like it sounds like something being pushed, almost. Almost like it might be some kind of cart with the wheels kind of rusted, locked in place. However, as you make your way towards the generator, one of the doors on the side of the hallway kind of creaks open. Mitch, you remember, you recognize the individual who comes out as someone who used to serve with you, someone you were good friends with. He doesn't say anything, but kind of waves his hand, gesturing for you all to follow him, leading you down the hallway, which gradually opens up into a larger room with what seem to be 2 large generators. However, as you enter into the room, the hum that had been getting louder becomes silent. Quiet kind of falls over the hallway. As you all kind of look around the room, you can see off to the side of one of the generators what seemed to be a pile of canisters, fuel. And as you look back, Mitch, towards this person that you had known, only the 3 of you are here.
Well, I don't know who that was back there, but guy led us here. I knew him. We both served overseas in explosives unit. Good man. So I hope he led us here correctly. I don't know what happened to him afterwards, but if we see him again, maybe we can convince him to come with us. And Mitch is gonna walk over to the canisters and see if there's anything in there that might be worth taking and or using to fix the generators.
Okay. Taking a look at the canisters, most of them seem to just be kind of tossed into a pile off to the side. Empty. Some of them with some kind of residue left from whatever was in them. Some of them dry. You do find one canister that seems to be half full of some kind of fuel.
Real quick. So you said the hum of the generators died as soon as we entered the room. Does that mean the only light is coming from our 2 flashlights?
That's been the only light.
Oh, sorry. I had a momentary lapse in memory.
No, that has been the only light.
Okay.
Taking a closer look at the generators, Mitch.
Yeah, can I tell anything, like, what's wrong with them, or...?
Yeah, kind of putting your hand up against them, kind of quickly, they feel cold. Doesn't seem like they've been running for a while.
No, Mitch is gonna turn to the other two. Can't make sense of this. You guys heard that this was on when we walked up here too, right?
Yeah, it just turned off.
It's cold. It means that it's been off for a while.
Lily walks up next and puts her hand on the generator too. You're right. It is cold.
Yeah, and you kind of put your hand against it much more firmly than Mitch, who's just kind of brushed his kind of fingertips across it. Again, expecting it to be hot. You kind of put your hand and palm against it. It almost burns a little bit from the chill you can feel coming off of the generator.
I immediately rip my hand away and kind of like a startled, like, eep! Cold. Like it's been in a freezer.
So,
Speaking of freezer, my shoulder's been kind of hurting for a while. Can't see it though. Is there
Lily
something on my
walks up.
back?
Take a look. And she just walks up to behind him
Okay.
and
Wow.
looks and sees.
Yep, taking a look at Bruce's shoulder, Lily. You can see kind of on top of the jacket, kind of like doctor's coat he's wearing, what seems to be the frosted outline of a handprint on the top of his jacket.
Prints on your shoulder. It's frosted over.
It's been bothering me since we got down here. What was the name of that doctor again?
Which one?
Are you meaning the head doctor or
Which one, Illiren? Illiren?
There's
Illiren?
Dr. Anders. We met her
Oh.
upstairs.
Okay, Rachel, yes.
Rachel, why?
I think it's when I thought she was behind me.
No, she wouldn't ever
Yeah,
do something like that.
Eh. I think I want to quit my job now. So, can the generator turn back on, Mitch?
Yeah, Mitch will be trying to see if he can figure out how to turn the generator on.
Okay. Taking
Give me a minute.
a closer look at the generator. There seems to be kind of layers of frost on parts of it. And you can see other parts, where it seems like pieces have frozen to such a degree that they've warped and shattered off.
Oh.
Yeah, no, this hasn't been running in a while, and I don't think it's gonna be running anytime soon.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe if we had some tools and a lot of time, and the other generator had the right pieces, not broken, but we don't.
Curiosity, Silent.
Yeah.
So the generator's pretty much frozen at a temperature that's literally making the metal shatter. Is it radiating cold off that would be affecting us? Like,
Nope.
would we be noticing the room? Okay, so it's unnaturally cold and it's only affecting the generator. Okay. Lily,
I say the trip down here might have been a waste if we actively chose to do it.
Yeah, the question is now what?
Lily just asks,
Would fire unthaw it?
and just pulls out the lighter and kind of shows it.
'Cause I have this.
No, I don't think that'd help. Some of the pieces are frosted over enough that they warped and broken, but do you mind if I hang on to that lighter?
And just hands him the lighter.
Alright. Mitch now has a lighter and a half-full canister of gasoline. This cannot go wrong.
Great, and now
You're welcome.
the game ends 6 scenes early because Mitch burns the fucking hospital down.
I'm sorry, but that was pretty much my plan the whole time when I got the lighter, was find some way to get it to him.
Okay.
Just
I'll
metagaming, but
I'll
I
deal
had
with
to do
it.
it in a way that would be believable.
I'll deal with it in time.
Oh yeah, no, Mitch isn't just gonna randomly set things on fire. He'll do it when it's thematically appropriate and he goes nuts.
Mhm.
Not really much we can do, can we?
You think maybe if we follow one of these wires the other direction, we'd find an exit? He gestures towards the thick bundles of wires that we were following as they thickened to get to the generators.
Yeah, remembering the hallway that you came down, it seemed like there were doors to rooms on either side, but it was a straight shot to the generator at the end. It does not look like the room continues farther.
Also, another thing that I was gonna bring up was, what about the dragging, the noise, the sound of someone or something being pushed?
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll just go ahead and start that off.
But back that way there was this weird like grinding slash pushing noise that seemed to be coming closer to us.
Yeah, whatever's going on, I don't think we want to get any closer to it, but it looks like we don't really have much of a choice.
Curiosity, can we still hear that? Like, is it getting closer, or did it just stop as we
No,
got to the generator?
like I said when we started the scene, it sounded like it kind of went into the room you all came out of and then stopped.
Oh, okay.
Sort of further on in the same direction that we were heading for before.
At this point, yeah, it's not really much else choice we have.
The only real option we got is to go back the way we came. Try to sneak past that door, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, Mitch will take his stuff the lighter in his pocket, take his half-full canister of gasoline with him, as at the very least, that's a heavy object he can probably hit something with, and at best, fire. Fire helps everything.
Okay.
And we will head back down the hallway.
Okay. You guys begin making your way back down the hallway. Making your way about 3-4 minutes. Kind of walking to the light of the dim glow of this keychain light and the kind of fogged old mag light that Mitch is carrying. You guys walk eventually. Now you feel like you probably walked farther than where that door was. There's no sign of whatever was making the scraping noise, or this door with the chair that you left previously. And you all eventually reach a intersection in the hallway. It seems like there's a path continuing straight ahead and a path heading off to the right. Kind of looking around, it seems like the big bundle of cables kind of turns off down the right-hand hallway. And then there's another thinner bundle of cables that continues kind of straight ahead.
You not got any preference for what direction we go?
I don't remember this turn. Um,
Yes,
Straight?
you did not pass it previously.
Do we just keep following the cables? Or...
Even there's cables in both directions, I'm not sure it really matters.
I say we go right. Because that seems like the best idea.
Okay. Bruce, go ahead and make me a roll as you lead the group off to the right down this dark hallway.
6.
Yes, 6. Okay. You did roll 2 6s, so you do succeed. You did roll a 1. Your hope die, you rolled a 4. Okay. So you do have 2 successes. You do also have 1 failure.
Mm. Yeah.
Do you want to use your vice to re-roll the 1, or are you satisfied with your current roll?
Yeah. I can get that 1 back. I'm really curious about all those little sounds of this place. Like that turn that shouldn't be possible. And my curiosity of like trying to keep track of these weird changes can make me more hyper vigilant.
Okay. Go ahead and re-roll your 1.
6. 3 6s.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Go ahead and tell me, what does this success look like as you head into the darkness down the right-hand corridor?
It's a bit confusing going down this, as like cables seem to come out of the walls to join with it. So like at times it gets slightly thicker, then other times it gets kind of thinner as they go away again. Even though there's not really many turns we could make along the way when this happens.
Okay. As you all make your way down this corridor, again, it's still dark. The only light is the flashlights. You all notice kind of every so often there's a door. Every so often there's a little nook or a cranny where there seem to be boxes, various different carts and things to move supplies around, kind of tucked away. You see occasionally in the near the floor places in the wall where some cables go into the wall, other cables come out of the wall and rejoin the bundle of wires. You guys make your way down this hallway. Basically, the only sound is the sound of your own footsteps, your breathing. For about 5 to 6 minutes before you all reach what seems to be a large board on the wall depicting a map of the asylum.
Is it the...
the same one?
It seems to, at the very least, be very similar. Kind of taking a look around, it seems it's kind of hard down here to really tell the difference between anything, but it seems to be a very similar area, a large, wide concrete corridor, piping up on the ceiling, running along the walls, wires, some hanging from the ceiling, some in the bundle on the ground. And it shows that you seem to be in the middle of the hospital, on the basement level.
So we're not below the basement anymore, according to this map.
No, you seem to be just on the normal basement level, according to the map.
Mitch, I might be wrong, but did we take any stairs back there?
We took some stairs down, if I remember correctly. Not like a whole flight, just sort of a bend around a corner type stairs, but yeah, no, we haven't taken any stairs up.
That's I guess we're on the basement now.
Oh, whatever other
Or
freaky crap is happening, at least that's progress, right?
hopefully.
Maybe once we get back to floor 1, we should be in somewhat more a familiar area.
I think there's should be stairs going off in the center here. I think you said there's stairs in the center of the building, center of the basement, on either wing.
Yeah, not in the center area, but in the far sides of the wings at the back, there are stairs going up. Down here in the center, there are a couple of freight elevators. You passed one on your way to reach this board. And from the looks of it, there should be another one about halfway down to what seems to be heading towards the basement of the right wing.
Later.
I'm trying to remember what a freight elevator is. Those really large ones, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're kind of like a cage instead of a cabin. If we're going the old style of freight elevator.
I mean, you've taken them before, Bruce. It's basically what the staff uses to get between the floors. They're large elevators. They look like a normal elevator. They're just very, very large. They have a bigger weight capacity. Staff uses them to move between the floors. Deliveries come in and get brought to the elevators to be brought to the appropriate area to be brought down to storage here in the basement.
Wait a minute, I just realized something. Didn't they need a key?
The freight elevator?
Yeah, because I remember in the beginning
Yeah.
you said something about elevators needing a key.
Yep.
And I don't think we've gotten a key to the elevators yet.
Nope.
I think elevators have like, never mind. Probably never be able to get it open or used it at all. Guess the
Or
only
were there any
options
stairs?
Yeah,
there's ones on.
if you head down back the way you came and take a right, or continue forward and take a left.
Isn't that great?
Lily's just
Yes,
gonna
I
be
know.
fine with whatever you guys decide.
Let's just pick a
Well-
direction and go, really.
Yeah.
Forward and to the left then. Seems not sure if we can go back. Or
Okay.
where we're going.
Okay.
Yeah, this will be fun.
You guys make your way down the hallway. Who is leading the group?
I think it's still Mitch.
Yeah, sure,
Or
let's go with
Bruce.
that.
It's
Alright.
either Bruce or
One of us.
Mitch, because Lily's just been hanging out in the middle.
Okay. Well,
Bruce,
Taylor.
rock, paper, scissors.
Alright,
Which,
just do this fairly. Type R, P, or S in the Roll20 chat. And whoever wins leads the party. Alright, I'll make my decision. Alright, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
3,
1, 2, 3,
2.
go. Nope. Bruce gets to lead the party.
alright, Bruce is leading the party down
I won.
towards the
Wait.
stairs, heading towards the right wing. Go ahead and make me a roll. As you all kind of head off into the darkness, heading down.
You know, I'll be honest, I never thought the sound dice could be terrifying until now.
You haven't played enough of my games.
3 successes.
Okay. You have 2 sixes and a
2
success on
sixes
the
and
hope
5
die.
on my hope.
So 3 successes, no failures. You rolled more 6s than me. Go ahead. What does this success look like as you make your way over towards the right wing basement and towards the stairs?
Hmm. Going straight forward, it was supposed to be forward to the left to get to the stairs, according to that map. There's no left turn. There's only a right turn.
Okay, you all.
Going that way, you kind of just, if we actually do go that way, down right instead of left, just presuming we got backwards somehow,
Yeah,
it
you
kind of
all.
leads us right back to that map again.
Okay. Yeah, you all make your way down the hallway. Reaching the end of the hallway, you expect to see kind of a left turn and a right turn heading deeper into the basement of the right wing. The left turn would lead you over towards where the stairs are. There doesn't seem to be any left turn. It's just more storage. Turning and kind of continuing down the right, a little confused. After 5 or 6 more minutes of walking, you find yourselves back at the map. Now, with having just left, been here a couple times before, you can say with fair confidence that this is where you just were. Taking a look at the map, it shows you still at the same location. And as you kind of all look at the map and kind of look around, confused. Mitch,
Yes.
you can hear what sounds like a voice telling you to all head further down, back towards where you previously thought you would have been able to turn left, continue past the map. Bruce, you can hear a voice that is telling you to head backwards, head back the way you came, to turn around. Lily,
Okay.
you can hear a voice telling you to try and find a working elevator.
Ooh.
So, out of character minute, are you saying we went back to the board that showed us in the basement, or the board that showed us below the basement?
Board that showed you in the basement.
So somehow we got turned around. We just go back to that other intersection and go the way we haven't been yet.
Maybe the map is wrong and there's only elevators. Maybe we should try and just find a elevator.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye out for one while we find the stairs anyway.
Walking over to the map again, you did pass an elevator, and as you were walking further down the hall looking for the left-hand turn, you did pass the second freight elevator.
The elevator?
Now, I will say, Lily, just to clarify, Lily, the voice you're hearing is telling you guys to continue forward and try to find an elevator. Mitch, the voice you're hearing is telling you to continue forward and try to find the stairs in that direction. Bruce, the voice you're hearing is telling you guys to turn around and find the stairs in that direction.
Okay.
I'm a little bit tired. Could go back to try to find the stairs on the other side.
Should just continue forward and find either stairs or an elevator.
I mean, do we need a key to open the elevator, or a key to start it?
From what you remember, you need a key to call the elevator and a key card to operate it.
We do have a key card.
Don't elevators have ladders in them? If you can open the door into the shaft, there's a ladder inside those, aren't there?
Just meta knowledge from what I know of elevators, the elevator shafts usually do have service ladders.
Uh-huh.
In the older ones, at least.
Even the newer ones have them.
Yeah, I guess it would be an emergency thing in case the elevator gets stuck and
Mm-hmm.
firefighters need to evacuate. So as long as the asylum was built to code, it should have ladders.
But sadly, none of you know if they're there or not.
Yeah.
I mean, we could check.
Well, I'm not opposed to heading forward anyway, so we can check that way.
Okay, so you guys continuing forward?
I think that's what we're all going to do.
Okay.
Sounds like
Yes.
the
You all make your way forward through the darkness. Continuing for a couple minutes, you do see on your left what looks like a freight elevator.
Lily will, I guess since Lily's the one who really wants the elevator, she will go up and kind of look at it and see if it's operational. Or if it's even there. Because we can't call the elevator. We can operate it once we're in it, right? But we can't call
You
it.
have no idea.
Okay.
But you do head over and you take a look at the elevator. Lily, as you head over and kind of take a look at the elevator, you all hear some footsteps coming down the corridor from in front of you. And you can all hear someone kind of mumbling and what sounds like a light switch flicking. As the lights kind of flicker on, you can see what looks like one of the janitorial staff. He kind of looks over at all of you. Oh, what are you doing down here? Uh, he kind of sees you, Bruce. Uh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I mean, normally it's only the maintenance and us that come down here. I apologize if you needed something, we couldn't get it to you here. Let me give you a hand here. He kind of walks over and rummages at a keychain at his belt, puts it in. You guys can hear the whir of the elevator as it comes down. He's kind of carrying a box in his hands. The elevator doors kind of slide open. Uh, if you need can just take the elevator up. Kind of hits a couple buttons, swipes a card. I'm heading back up to the main floor myself. I have some supplies I need to deliver over to reception. They're starting to run low.
that sounds fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your help.
And you all kind of get into the elevator.
Can I ask? I will talk to him for a second. Have you noticed that some of the lights in the upper floors have been kind of flickering on and off lately?
You ask, the elevator doors kind of slide shut. And you guys can feel the rumble of the elevator as it begins to go up. I can't say I have. If you know where the lights died, we can come down and we can get some replacement bulbs.
Yeah.
So you guys are talking. The elevator kind of rumbling ends, and the doors slide open. You all kind of step out, not far from reception, just down the hallway. The lights in the hall are on. You can see patients walking down the hall, some sitting in their rooms and doors right across from the elevator. Some of the doctors are moving amongst talking to some of the patients. As you guys kind of turn back to the elevator and kind of blink, the elevator doors in front of you are shut. The hallway is dark and abandoned.
Just
Uh, was I mean, what what are I, I'm just staring at the door, having that moment of I have no idea what I just saw. What's going on? What is real?
To be honest, if we're closer to the front door, I don't really care.
Wait, so we're by reception right now, correct?
You guys are in one of the hallways right near reception. Similar to the second floor, they're kind of broken up by those kind of swinging doors. You guys, from where you would be, Bruce, you would be more familiar with where you are. You guys are kind of right at the edge of the right at the edge of the right-hand wing. You guys are basically two hallway sections, not including the one you're in, away from reception.
Here's a bit of an odd question. Are there any like vending machines near the front of the hospital, or in the hallways at all?
There wouldn't be in the hallways, but there might be some over near reception.
Hmm.
And reception's right next to the front door too.
Yes.
I was gonna suggest we go over to reception anyway, because of that box that we saw that the janitor was holding.
What? He was. What's that? What was that?
Well, from the description Silent gave, the janitor was holding a box, and the janitor had said that it was for reception, and then offered to give us a lift up through the elevator.
But that just happened, or did that already happen, or is that happening?
We don't know.
What's real?
At this point, I couldn't really tell you.
I know security has a small office center building towards the back.
If we go towards reception, see if else is there, or if one of the reception desks has a key that we missed, or something
I
like
guess
that. We could always
we
head
could
back
check
afterwards.
reception. We still don't really have a key to the front yet.
Unless one of you two found it, didn't? Well, unless you. He turns silly. Unless you found a key to the front and never told either of us.
I did keep light on that I've been using.
Hmm.
Would it hurt to try? Maybe we'll get lucky.
At this point, I honestly don't know. Let's just go. He starts leading the way towards reception.
Okay. You head down through the first set of doors into the next hallway. You can't quite see the other side of the hallway just because of the limited light. But you can hear what sounds like a little ways outside of your vision. What sounds like a struggle of some kind. As you guys kind of take a pause and listen, you can hear what sounds like something getting knocked over, a door getting opened. And you can hear a vaguely familiar male voice. Look, we want to bring you to the doctors. They'll be able to help you.
Do we
And-
hear any?
Like other
Any
people,
reply?
like response.
Yeah, it sounds like incoherent yelling.
Yeah, I'm not getting involved with that. But turns to the other two. You want to give them a second to clear out before we run through? Don't really want to get
Lily
involved with
just-
any of that.
Lily's just kind of curious, and she kind of creeps along to try and see what's going down.
With your light on?
No, she. Wait, shit. There's no light, so never mind.
There's no light. You would need to bring your flashlight.
Yeah, never mind, because there'd be no way for me to be able to tell.
Okay.
I mean, you could always take a peek in with your flashlight.
You know what? Yeah, Lily does that. Just like a quick glance.
Okay, as you begin to make your way down the hall, kind of slowly creeping towards the noise, you can hear what sounds like some kind of metal rattling. Shouts for from a voice of someone. Let me go! What sounds like more clattering against metal. You're no longer with Lily, Bruce. But you would recognize this as kind of the clattering of, like, the thinner metal tables that are used to transport patients at times. Lily, you can hear, now. The doctor will take care of you once we get there. And you can hear, amidst the struggling and clattering, what sounds like wheels kind of squeaking and slowly getting pushed further down the hall.
I keep kind of following the noise, slowly but surely.
Okay, you trying to gain on them? Are you on the noise? Are you trying to...
Yeah, I'm trying
Oh.
to gain on them.
Okay, is your light on?
At this point, it is still on.
Okay. It now keep in mind it's enough of a glow to really kind of just light the immediate area around you. It's not enough to really see down the hall. Based on where you are, you can hear them kind of go through the first set of double doors that at this point is now. You can faintly see a couple doors down from where you are.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out if I should continue following or stop.
Go, save someone's life.
What? Okay, yeah.
Huh?
I'll
Do
keep-
whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll keep following.
Okay. You make your way through the doors kind of quietly. You can still hear the sound of these wheels in front of you a ways. Probably 50, 60 yards.
Can I hear if there's more than just that one person and the patient strapped to the gurney?
You have no idea. You haven't seen them.
I asked if I can hear more than just those two people that were talking.
From what you can tell, you have no idea. You've only heard the two voices.
Okay, I start running while still trying to somewhat to be silent.
Okay, you begin running towards the sound.
Would any of us notice, like, how far back were me and Bruce in this? Like, do we see her running towards the thing? Like,
You-
speed up?
No, she went through the doors like 60, 70 yards away from you.
Okay, so we're just sort of awkward, like, she's been gone for a little bit.
Yeah, you guys watched her kind of slowly creep down the hall after this noise, get to the edge of the hall, open the door, and you really couldn't even see her open the door at that distance. You just saw her kind of stop for a second and pause, and then kind of her light disappear. You could hear the doors, but you couldn't really see them.
You think we should follow her?
I mean, probably would need help.
You guys are going to begin making your way after her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
You guys begin making your way down the hallway. Get back to you in a second. Lily, you begin to speed up. Kind of quickly gaining on the sound in front of you. As you get closer, just behind the noise, kind of holding out your light, you can see what looks like a figure kind of struggling on one of the gurneys, kind of strapped down to it, and another figure pushing it. But while you can see kind of the man that's strapped to this table, you can see him kind of struggling, his hands off to the side, trying to get loose of the bindings. The figure pushing seems more indistinct.
Okay.
Like it's hard to really see any specific features about them. what they're wearing, what they look like. It's all kind of not there.
I keep running and this is gonna be so stupid. I yell wait to gain their attention.
Okay, you
I have
yell.
abandoned all sense of stealth.
I was gonna say, you weren't gonna catch them if you didn't.
Yeah.
Alright, you kind of run forward, holding out your light, kind of beginning to close the last short gap between you and these figures. Yell, wait. Go ahead and make me a roll.
R1 no, it would be 66, right?
Nice. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. You did roll a single 6, so you do succeed. However, you did roll 2 1s.
I worked
So,
very hard for the
gonna have to roll
sixes.
with losing 2 dice, right?
What's that?
I rolled 2 1s and a 6.
Yes, you did. So you do lose 2 dice from the dice pool, bringing the group's total to 4. However, you do succeed. That being said, I rolled 2 6s. You did not roll more 6s than I did, so I do have narrative control of what this looks like.
Okay.
Lily, you begin running forward. Kind of hold your light out, trying to illuminate everything better. As you yell, wait, the person on the table begins to struggle. You can see now kind of straps binding them down onto the gurney. The figure who's pushing it spins around. As you get closer, you can see all of their real features, like their face, their clothing. It's all covered in shadows. You can see a name tag, though. As you get closer and the individual kind of shrinks back a little bit, you can read the name tag. It does say Sean on it. And as you reach them with the light, the figure pushing the table kind of recoils back into the shadow, into the darkness, and seemingly is gone. You do succeed in your moment,
Yay!
and you do get a hope die. And I will say, just so you're aware, if you hadn't started hurrying after them when you did, I was just gonna have them vanish into thin air.
I know, and I had a feeling you were pushing towards my moment with that, which is why I took it, and which is why near the end I pretty much just said, you know what, screw stealth, I'm running.
Yeah, I was like, if you don't do this now, I don't know what other opportunity I can give you to try to complete your moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fingers crossed the guy I just saved isn't a complete psychopath that will kill us all.
Don't worry, he will be.
Probably.
It turns out it's Bruce.
Bruce, what are you doing on the table?
Alright, you... As the
I
figure...
kind...
As the figure of Sean kind of recoils back and disappears into the darkness, seemingly vanishing into thin air. You look at this individual on the table who's kind of struggling, kind of trying to tilt his head whatever way he can to kind of get a glimpse at whoever just showed up. Kind of rushing over, you quickly begin to undo the straps and the bindings of the table. He kind of shoots up, kind of rubbing his arms and brushing himself off, kind of now finally turning. You can see what seems to be like a middle-aged man. Now able to get kind of a better look at him. He seems to be wearing some kind of security uniform.
Okay.
Thank you. God,
Are
dude, what's happening in this place? The lights just went out all of a sudden, and there's just been. I've heard people screaming. I've heard people getting taken away. And then they were in my room and trying to take. Thank you.
Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?
I'm not hurt. What the hell's happening here?
I was hoping you would know.
I have no idea. We've been stuck inside here for God, ever since it went dark outside. I was working a security shift. My shift ended. I went to leave. Should have been, it was like 8 in the morning. And it was pitch black outside. I went home. The sun never came up. I was trying to spend some time trying to take care of my family, but we ended up we didn't have any generators, so once the power all went out, we came back here. I talked to Dr. Albrecht, to my supervisor. They said, it was fine. There were other people bringing their family up here. They had generators, ample amount of gas, long enough to last through whatever is going on. But then, people started disappearing. The lights never came back outside. The generator, they started to run out of gas. People who weren't to refill it didn't come back. The lights kept dimming, kept dying. My son went missing, and my wife went missing, and I took whatever I could find, and been trying to find them ever since.
To go through that. Would you like to join me and my friends? We're trying to figure out what's going on and how to get out of here.
I mean, if you know some way to get out, that'd be appreciated. I need to try and find my family, but I've no idea where they might be.
So, while we're talking,
Well, I was about to say, while you are talking to this individual, Bruce and Mitch, you both begin heading down the hallway after well, just mind blank there for a second. You both begin following down the hallway after Lily. You watch her light kind of disappear, and the sound of a door opening and closing for a second time. You both get about halfway down the hall before you hear a door a little ways in front of you kind of slowly creak open, and with kind of a flicker, a light of a flashlight kind of peek out.
Was that Lily's light? There. Mitch.
And I assume at this point we going forward. I think so. Very least, light seems to be a good idea right now. So if anyone's using it, they're probably all right.
So what are you both doing?
Torches out of that there? Gasoline?
Well, I think it work very well. Even if we soak some rags in it, it wouldn't burn for very long. Gasoline tends to burn up pretty quick.
Okay, so you guys are both kind of talking about gasoline.
Light as we're approaching where Lily is.
Yeah, no, I was saying, as you guys began to follow after her, you heard the sound of a door a short ways ahead of you open and a flashlight peek out. And then you said you started talking about gasoline.
Yeah. No, we're going to talk as we walk towards this doorway.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably Lily.
As you guys kind of continue to make your way towards this doorway, you're about 5-6 feet away from it, and you see kind of a head poke out and a figure kind of emerge from the doorway holding a flashlight out in front of themselves, kind of shining it around the hallway over to both of you. Kind of continues to pan over you for a second, then kind of turns back. Oh, hello. Dr. Rodrigues. Mr. Fuller. How are you?
Not Lily then.
Been better.
As you kind of
What are you doing here?
as you kind of bring your light over it, you see the form of Rachel. The doctor that Lily was friends with. Kind of
Dr.
poking.
Ambers.
Yes, no, surprised to see you here.
Eh. So, we ended up in the basement. Not sure how that worked.
Whatever would you go down to the
Checked out
basement?
generator down there.
Whatever would you go down to the basement for?
The backup generator.
Oh, were you able to get it working?
Yeah, no. It seemed pretty trash. Something that caused
Oh.
it to warp a lot of the parts.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, where's Lily?
Yeah,
She
should be
was just
just.
ahead of us, yeah.
Is she okay?
I mean, last we saw, she was running after something, but otherwise, she's fine.
Well, I know they've been trying to help some of the patients here. Did she maybe go to help one of them?
I think that's a good possibility.
Well, we should see if we can find Lily then.
I mean, that's what we were coming this way to do. You more than welcome to come with us. Right, Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes. Trying to figure out why he said it like that.
Oh, well, let's go then. Taylor, as you kind of have been talking with her, kind of shine your light at her. Can you make me a roll?
Why, certainly, my good sir.
Oh, thank you.
What are we on now?
4.
4.
Four.
Oh, good, yes.
I tried very hard for 6. It didn't last.
Oh.
Very nice.
This isn't gonna last either.
Well, you're down to 5 now. I get
Hey,
it.
I made the dice pool bigger.
Yeah. uh,
This is gonna be interesting.
okay, as a candle goes out and the scene ends. Mitch, as you begin to kind of move forward and kind of shine your light up at Dr. Amber's, as you do, the light begins to kind of flicker. And seems like the uh, flashlight is beginning to fail. It continues to flicker and dim until it goes dark. Rachel is kind of like, oh well, it's okay. I have my light here. So, do you know where Lily went?
Last we saw, she was coming through these doors, headed towards reception.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take the lead then. If you just want to follow me. She kind of makes her way over towards the doors, with both of you following behind her. She kind of pushes open the doors. You can see the faint glow of Lily's light up ahead, um, probably about 20 yards or so. It looks like she's standing there with another individual as you all begin making your way to rejoin with Lily. And that is where the scene will end.
Real quick, did I ever get the security's name?
Nope, you never asked.
It's kind of rude of you.
Alright, Taylor, you are up first.
Alrighty. Let's see. Got truth, so one for each of us. So I want to have to come up with the second one at least. Ooh, scene changer 2 times in a row, MVP. Rachel and Sean are the same entity. Does that work?
Sure.
If it's too much for stress, I can come up with something else, but that's the first thing that popped into mind. Because Lily saw Sean, Sean faded away into the darkness, and now we've got Rachel talking to us, so...
Sure. Illiren?
Alright, if I still typing. The ice handprint on Bruce's shoulder is on Mitch's shoulder now. It always has been. Right, hasn't it? I'm pretty sure it has, yeah. The truth is the ice print that was on Bruce's shoulder is now on Mitch's.
Okay. Wait. Can't quite do that one. Because you are not allowed to make a truth that directly conflicts with another truth. So actually, Taylor, yours I can kind of stretch to work. But
I can change it to a different one if it... let's see, I could do... Rachel's features are missing just like... I'm already forgetting the other guy's name.
Sean.
Sean. Right. Rachel's features are missing or blurry or indistinguishable like Sean's.
I got it. I spelled that right. Okay. Illiren? Yeah, unfortunately that one you gave wouldn't work because there is specifically a truth that says there is a handprint on Bruce's shoulder.
Fine. The thing I've been planning all week is gone.
You could make
Say
another
this.
truth that he gets a handprint on his shoulder as well.
Rather than instead.
Yeah. That would work.
We will become the white hand of Sauron.
Oh, jeez.
Lily gets the One Ring to rule them all.
No.
Which is funny that we brought up the ring because I literally have my replica of the One Ring to rule them all in my hand right now.
I literally came up with that last one purely for this moment. That one, second truth. Oh well.
Which one?
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the
Fine, let's
hard
go.
set. Unfortunately, one of the hard set rules in the game is that you cannot create another truth that directly conflicts with an existing truth. That the things that are set as truths are irrefutable truths of the world and the story.
Ooh, I just came up with a good one. I need to go make sure this will work or not.
Well, um, oh God, that's the only thing I had planned. I legitimately planned that for a week, and I can't think of anything else now. Uh, okay, fine. The security guard recognizes Dr. Talia. No, that's not her name. Ambers.
Okay. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. This is not an easy narrative to spin or come up with truths for.
Yeah.
There's so much.
I've still liked it.
There's so many things that are all trying to pull it in different, like completely, radically different directions.
It makes it interesting, though.
I'm following along perfectly fine. It all makes perfect sense.
Um.
Like Todd Howard says, it just works.
The temperature in the building is continuing to drop. Kitsune.
Okay, so I have thought about my truth, and this might work, but first things first. So one of the truths is Rachel and the other guy, the other figure, are basically the same thing, right?
No.
Okay, so Sean and Rachel are different.
Yes.
Rachel will not harm us.
Okay.
So I was kind of thinking playing off of one of them wants to help us, well, the other wants to kill us sort of thing. Will that work, or I can do a different one, it'll just take me a moment to come up with a different one.
No, it's fine. I can work with it.
And of course I'm letting Lily's personality come into me a bit there too.
That's one thing you shouldn't do.
Yeah, and I'm realizing that now it won't happen again. Like I said,
Yeah.
I can change it if needed.
No, I can work with it. Three, two, one.
We are
We are
alive.
We are alive.
All right. Five candles remaining.
This will be the last time we all get a truth in the turn.
It is. Yes. Okay.
I definitely get one next time.
I'm pretty sure it all depends on who wins the scene though, right?
I mean,
No, he'll always get one.
Oh,
true.
cool.
Silent can't be the first person, so I get one.
All right. Mitch, Bruce, as you both follow Lily. No, God, as you follow Rachel down through the doors, you see Lily standing with another figure as you all come up to them and begin approach. You can see the light from Rachel's flashlight kind of wash over Lily. She seems to be okay, as well as a figure that seems to be kind of just kind of sitting on the edge of a gurney, kind of just coming fully now actually to his feet. Seems to be dressed in a security outfit of some kind. Um, he kind of looks up as you all approach. As you get close enough for him to begin to kind of distinguish your features, he kind of perks up. Oh, Dr. Ambers, how are you? She kind of looks over. Oh, I'm doing well. You know, we're so busy here. He kind of nods. That's understandable. It's been a crazy few days. I was about to lead this young lady down to reception. And Dr. Ambers kind of looks over. Oh, Lily, how are you?
Good, Rachel, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. Um, I've been looking for Sean for a while, but I haven't I haven't been able to find him anywhere recently.
Weird.
Should should we? You said you were heading. You're gonna lead Lily to reception. Yeah, no. We were gonna head down that way. Do the rest of you wanna follow?
Yeah, sure.
It's where we're here in the first place.
All begin to make your way down the hallway over towards reception. Getting to the end of the hallway. Pushing your way through another set of double doors. You're in another hallway that seems to be lined with doors on both sides. Bruce, you would know that kind of right through these doors. And kind of the rest of you would as well with where you are in the hospital. Kind of right through these doors is going to be the reception area. As you kind of get to the end of the hallway, you can look at the doors and you see it's another one of the key card swipe doors. Unfortunately, I don't have my card on me. Does anyone have a card?
And Lily just walks up and swipes.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Kind of as you can hear the latch in the door open. Rachel pushes the door open. You all make your way into reception. So what was the plan?
The door's still locked.
The security guard kind of looks up. Oh, I was gonna head back behind reception. There's a security office back there. I was gonna see if I couldn't find any supplies in there.
I think we were gonna see if we could find anything in the guard area in the back.
Right. One thing you all notice is that as you kind of enter reception, the temperature in the room kind of drops noticeably. It's already been getting colder, uncharacteristically cold outside, and the generators have kind of warded that off to this point. But the temperature in the building seems to be rapidly dropping, enough so that even all of you inside are beginning to shiver a little bit.
All right. Are there vending machines in the front?
Yes, there do seem to be a couple of vending machines, kind of against a wall closer to the front door, kind of adjacent to a couple of rows of seats.
Mm. Thinking, kind of want to head over towards those and see if they have anything in them that might have glass bottles, like soda, or they probably don't have alcohol on their vending machine, but like soda bottles or even something like relatively thin plastic, be a smaller container.
Yeah, taking a look
Depending on the
taking a look
Sorry.
taking a look inside. There doesn't seem to be anything that's made of glass, but there do seem to be some of kind of what you might expect more to find in a vending machine. Bottles of Sprite, Coke, Mountain Dew, etc. Pepsi.
Alright, I'm assuming there's probably also like a snack vending machine here too.
Yeah, there's a drink vending machine, which seems like it's there's a snack vending machine there that kind of has that like thick plexiglass transparent cover on it,
Mm-hmm.
where you can actually physically see all the stuff inside of it. And then the drinks vending machine next to it, it has like buttons you would press for any of the drinks, kind of like with a picture of the plastic bottle on it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So, at this point, I think it's been probably a while since we've eaten anything, I think. So Mitch is going to pull out the wad of random money that he took from somewhere. I forget where he got it, but I remember saying, money. Oh, yeah, it was in the bed.
Yep.
Money might be useful later. So he's going to, buy some drinks and snacks for everyone and take the bottles afterwards so he can fill them with gas.
Okay.
Real quick, would the vending machines have power?
Calm down,
That's a good point.
Kitsune.
Sorry.
Keep in mind you're not the GM.
I was just curious.
I will take care of it. Mitch, you make your way over to the vending machines, kind of pulling out the wad of cash that's in your hand. So you kind of pull out the cash and begin looking through the machines. You kind of pick out some stuff you want. The bills aren't getting pulled into the machine.
Must not be working. Or if there's a way to get them open that can have some food, drink, whatever without sorry, without having them be usable. Uh, hmm. The one has yeah, I can't really think of a way to do this that doesn't involve just like prying open the machine, and we don't have something that would help us do that. So yeah, he sort of gives up. Goes back over to the rest of the group. And you happen to know where we could have something to eat or drink. It's been a bit since any of us have had a meal, I think.
I mean, I know we used to keep like granola bars and stuff over in the guard lounge. I don't know. I don't know how much of that's still there. That might be something.
I think we were gonna head in that direction anyway, just to make sure. See whether we could find some old supplies or something that might be helpful.
That's kind of what I'm looking for as well.
Well then, I think one of the maps in the basement said that there was one near the back end of the first floor.
Yeah, no. The guard is just kind of looking around, kind of shivering. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, if we head through the door here at the back of the site, he's kind of looking around. So he just kind of hops over the reception desk and kind of points. If we head back through the door here, we'll end up in the back hallway. Just a little ways down is the door. Rachel kind of looks over at all of you. I think I really need to go find Sean. I haven't been able to find him for a while now. Would any of you be willing to help me look for him?
I mean, we can keep an eye out on the way to the guards room, but I don't know. We'll have to see after that, I guess.
Do it.
Hopefully I'll be able to locate him soon. And she kind of heads off to the other side of reception and kind of looks around. Lily, would I be able to borrow your card for a second?
And Lily just walks over and swipes it.
Thank you. And she heads off down the hallway, her light kind of fading into the distance as she goes. You can eventually hear the sound of the swinging doors. The end of the hallway she went down kind of open and shut behind her, kind of blocking her light from view. You are now, however, left in the darkness, save for the light of Lily's tiny, weak keychain flashlight.
Oh yeah, no.
Hey, dude.
While we're doing this, since the flashlight had begun flickering, Mitch is gonna try changing out one of the batteries to the new battery to see if maybe that gets me a, again, usable but kind of crappy light.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a roll.
What are we on, 5 now?
5.
Here we go. Oh,
Hey.
Okay. 2 6s. I rolled 1 6. Go ahead and tell me what this success looks like.
I'm gonna say pretty straightforward. Just as we're going along, he swaps out the top battery and puts the new battery in, and the flashlight is working again. Don't know how long, and it's still kind of a piece of crap, but it's better than the also piece of crap tiny pen light.
Okay.
Or, helps in conjunction with it. Either way.
Yeah, no, as you guys are making your way, just following the guard over reception and towards the back hall, you kind of quickly take a second while Lily and Bruce are climbing over the reception desk. You can unscrew the head of the flashlight, dump out the top battery, kind of toss it over to the side, onto the reception counter. Take the one backup battery that fits the light that you have. Slip it in and kind of screw the light shut. You kind of click the button a couple times. It doesn't come on at first, but you kind of kind of just hit the light against your hand a couple times, and it kind of flickers on a dim beam.
Lily got lost in the darkness.
Lily and Bruce, you both finish climbing over the reception desk.
Can we get Kitsune back in?
Where's Kitsune? Oh, internet. Yep, give me a second. There we go.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Alright.
I could have swore having my phone instead of my main internet would have prevented that from happening. I guess not.
Oh, that's unfortunate. No worries, dude. It happens. Yeah, Lily and Bruce finish climbing over the reception desk, and you all kind of follow the guard out into the back hallway. Kind of looks around a couple of times. From what you can see, there's not really any sign of anyone. He kind of makes his way over to the right, a couple doors down. Where was this? Kind of starts fumbling around in his pockets. Eventually pulls out a small key. He puts into the door and turns. You can hear a bolt slide out of place as he then turns the door handle and kind of pushes open the guard room door.
I guess I just follow behind him as he enters.
Okay. Lily, you follow the guard inside the room. What's everyone else doing?
I mean, I would follow as well.
Okay.
I mean,
Bruce?
Mitch is the only one with a light.
I have a light too.
Just gonna close the door behind me as I walk in.
Okay. As you guys head in, it's exceedingly cold. To the point that it's beginning to chill you all. You can, in the dim light of the flashlights, begin to see your breath starting to form into clouds. You guys are, let me take a look around and see what I can find. He heads over to the nearest cabinet and kind of opens it and begins to rummage through it. If anyone else wants to try to find anything here.
I was actually wondering, and just because I have tired brain, What room are we in right now? Is it the guard room or a different room that he led us to?
You're in the guards' first floor area.
Oh my gosh. So keeps getting colder. Is there a decent amount of wooden furniture nearby?
There is furniture in the room.
Would it be possible to try and start a fire?
You can certainly try.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna try and see if I can find anything that's easily breakable enough, and maybe some papers to help start it. Get the lighter out. Maybe heck, even pour like get a cloth covered in gas to help start it.
All right.
Make sure the can is far away from the fire before I start it. I'm not stupid.
Go ahead and make me a roll.
All right.
Uh-oh.
This is what you're incarcerated for.
Okay.
Hey, I kind of want to reroll that one.
You kind of want to use fire to reroll that one. Go for it. Self-explanatory tie-in.
Yay, it's not another one.
It's not another one. No, you have 2 successes. No failures with the reroll, but you have used up your vice.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I also rolled 2 6s.
Alright. So, tell me, what happens?
I get to determine what the success looks like. Mitch, as you are going around the room, even as you're looking, it's getting colder and colder. Though from the touch of this furniture, it seems like it's been chilled in here for quite a while. You managed to find a couple of chairs fairly close inside the door. A couple of wooden chairs. I mean, there's probably some kind of treating on the wood that's bad to burn, bad to breathe in the smoke for. There's probably metal inside of it, but it's at least something. Kind of picking them up, you smash them against the ground a couple of times. It startles the guard who's currently looking through one of the drawers. He kind of pops his head out. Quickly make sure everything's okay before going back to searching. But you managed to break some wood and eventually get a small pile together. Not a very big pile. But it should be enough to burn for a little while.
Save off the inevitable hypothermia.
Taking the gas, you kind of look around. Seeing the towels that Lily has, you kind of quickly grab one of them and soak it in some gasoline, wrapping a couple of the pieces of wood up in the towel, sticking it into the middle of this bundle of broken chair parts. And kind of pull out the lighter and light it up. It at first kind of balls up in flames, and you can see the gasoline beginning to burn off as the towel catches. It's not quite enough to catch the wood, so you quickly grab the other couple of towels that Lily has and kind of shove them into the fire as well. It's so cold that you don't even feel the heat of the fire kind of singeing the tips of your fingers. But with the extra couple of towels and the extra time that it's now burning, it is enough to light up these chair pieces. And over the next couple of minutes, the guard pops his head back out. Holding a few granola bars. It's not much. From what he says, the box only really had like 5, 6 left once he found it. He's holding 6 kind of small, like power bars in his hand. However, as the light from the fire begins to fill the room, Mitch, you do see over in the corner of the room, kind of huddled up against the sofa with a couple of what seem like heavier security jackets over him. Another figure. You kind of make your way over to this individual, kind of shake him a couple of times. He's freezing to the touch. Kind of slowly pulling the jackets back. It's hard, he's stiff. You kind of roll the figure over, and you can see another individual dressed in a guard uniform who seems to be curled up into a ball, frozen. A handprint around his neck. Icy, blackened skin outlining it.
Anyone else seeing that guy over there?
The other guard kind of runs over. I recognize him. He's one of the other guards. We didn't work the same shift together, but I mean, I see him every now and then. Oh, he's freezing.
Yeah, I don't think we want to stay in the dark and the cold too long ourselves.
Do we have somewhere to go? Could there still be power at the auxiliary building? Bruce, you know what auxiliary building he's talking about, so do you, Lily.
Yeah.
I don't. Pretty sure it's not connected to the main building, so it might have some power.
Are there any, just real quick, are there any lockers or like, kind of like a supply case or anything around in the room?
Yeah, taking a look around the room, it seems like there's the chairs that you broke up that are sitting around a table. There's a sofa against one wall. There seem to be a few cabinets on the floor level, kind of lining one of the corners in an L shape, and cabinets up above that as well. There's a sink over there. There also seem to be a couple kind of like You know those big cupboards that are almost like cupboard slash dressers that are almost like mini closets in their own right?
Yeah.
There are a couple of those against one wall as well. There also seem to be a couple of big foot lockers that are stacked on top of each other over next to the floor cabinets against the far wall. But in the light, you can see it looks like they both have padlocks on them.
Okay. Lily wants to loot or search one of the ones with the padlocks on if the key. That key, was that just to get into one of these rooms, or is it a key for the. Would it be a key for the padlock?
You'd have to try to find out.
You know what? Yeah, Lily does that.
Okay.
Lily will walk over and attempt to try the keys in the lock.
Go ahead and make me a roll.
6. And then I have 1 for my hope, right?
Yep.
How is this happening?
Okay.
I got 3 successes.
3 successes.
3 rolls in and no reduction in the dice pool.
No.
We got this.
Definitely
Push this
gonna
to another
survive.
night.
Oh yeah, no, this is definitely going to a third night.
I'll be honest, I was expecting to have to use greedy.
Yeah, he rolled 3 successes. You rolled more successes than me, so go ahead and tell me what this success looks like as you head over and try to loot one of these padlockers. These foot lockers.
One of my keys slides in and unlocks it, and I find that it was a supply, you know, kind of like for extra supplies or tools for the guards to use. I know just meta knowledge. I don't know whether or not you'll allow me to use it, but I know in some asylums the guards would carry like billy clubs.
I mean, you can tell me what you find.
I would like to find maybe another flashlight, a billy club, and maybe a few more heavier duty guard uniforms.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
You know, yeah.
Opening up pulling out the key ring you have, you kind of try key after key after key after key, just in the hopes that maybe one of these will open the lock. One of them eventually slips in, and you turn it, pops the lock open. No, the lock it's so cold. As soon as the lock kind of pops open, you can hear a crack as the temperature it's getting so cold that the lock kind of snaps, thick metal breaking. You kind of pull your hands back and shake them out, bury them in your clothes for a second to warm them again. They're still a bit numb, a bit tingled from the temperature of the metal. But kind of opening up the locker, you find, pull out a billy club, a flashlight, and as you kind of continue to look around, opening up one of the big closet. I can't remember the proper terminology for them. Opening up one of the big like closet dresser things, um, you do find a heavier coat for yourself, a heavy guard's jacket.
Okay. gathering all the items up after slipping on the jacket, I turn to the group and say,
Hey guys, look, I found a club and another flashlight.
Mitch will go over and take the club and test the flashlight out.
Alright. You take the club, it's a billy club.
Yeah,
It's-
no, there's no need to really elaborate on that.
It's chilled to the touch, but other than that, seems fine. The flashlight, I've taken a look at it quickly. It's ice cold. From what you can see, the lens in the front, the glass, has a big crack. You kind of click the button a couple times and give it a shake, and it kind of flickers dimly to life. It's casting some pretty horrible shadows and distortions with the crack on the glass, but it's at least working for now. You're not sure how long it's been here in the super chilled temperature that this room seems to be at.
Hmm.
If I am to go to the auxiliary building, that means we have to go outside.
We'll definitely need more lights for that. Here. And he hands the cracked flashlight to Bruce.
I get something.
Yeah, Bruce, you take the flashlight in your hand. It's ice cold to the touch. But you notice it a little bit less since you're shivering slightly less, kind of huddled up next to the fire for now.
Ah, that's gonna be fun.
I walk up to Bruce and I offer him one of the 3 scalpels that I had collected.
Would you like this?
She is holding a rusty scalpel.
You know, I think that'd be slightly better than my letter opener.
Bit of an upgrade.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
hand him the scalpel. Handle first. Carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of leaves like
Scalpel.
a rusty residue on your hand, but it's a scalpel.
Yes, it's a tiny knife. If I hit someone with it, I guess, maybe. Maybe I'll give him tinnitus or something.
Slightly used.
Slightly used torture implements. It's fine.
Yeah, no, totally normal.
Can we just say I didn't say that and that was just a joke for us?
I kind of assumed it was.
Yeah, that's what I meant it as.
By the way, it's been curious. What was happening in the hallway before we got to you?
The guard kind of turns to this guy. He said he was a doctor. He needed to help me. Grabbed me and forced me onto gurney. He was ridiculously strong. Completely. There was nothing I could do. Strapped me down and was pushing me down the hallway when your friend here rushed over. She yelled out and he kind of recoiled and I don't know where he went after that.
shine. His name was Sean, and when my light hit him, he kind of flinched in the light and disappeared into the shadows without a trace.
Sean,
Yeah,
you
Sean.
mean like the person Dr. Ambers went looking for?
I mean, there was something wrong with him. If she's looking for him, we should probably go try to find her.
He was also Sean was the guy that called out to her when we were on the third floor. Second floor. Third. Second floor.
Second floor, yeah.
No, Bruce is completely confused about where anything is anymore.
Aren't we all in the
Character trait, no sense of direction.
I have
Yeah.
perfect sense of direction. Direction just doesn't matter anymore. It was somewhere between the second floor and the second basement.
Well, what do you mean the second basement? There's only one basement level here.
We were in the basement. We went down. There was another basement.
I mean, we have to go into the basement as part of our job. There's stairs going up at either end, and there's the service elevators, but there's only one basement floor in the building.
We had one light. Probably just got lost as we're going around.
It can be a little tricky, especially if you start heading into like all the storage areas. Pretty simple if you stick to the main hall, but those back rooms can become a maze. Aren't you all glad you didn't go into them?
Yeah. Something tells me one of us would probably be dead if we ended up going into
Or you would have been lost for like 3 candles.
them. True.
Yeah, no, it can get pretty maze-like down there, especially in all the back storage rooms. A lot of them are connected to other back storage rooms that are connected to other back storage rooms. They're all piled high with boxes and mattresses and old equipment. And some of them have doors to the hallways, some of them don't. It can get really confusing down there. It's kind of why we always go down with at least 2 of us heading down and bring a radio. I can't imagine what it would be like right now without the lights down there. But should we go try to find Dr. Ambers? If she's looking for the Sean individual, as you said, he was the one who was apparently trying to take me somewhere. He thought I was a patient or something. Should we go try to find her?
Well, I don't know. Last time we saw her and Sean together, they seemed pretty friendly. I don't know if it's like whatever this thing is really the same thing we saw then, but if it is,
I mean,
it might not be going after the doctors.
I hate to kind of interrupt you. We didn't actually see Sean. We heard him, but we didn't really see him.
No. That's true, yeah. Still, the point applies. She was fine last we saw her, and she was going off with whatever or whoever Sean is. Same
I still wonder how.
person.
I'm still wondering how he saw us.
whatever.
Last time we walk around the dark, but Sean could manage to track us down and find us, call out to her.
Hmm.
Always wondered how he did it.
Anything to do with the shadows? I mean, he did disappear when I shined the light on him.
Well, you guys think is our best bet going forward? No, you were saying you wanted to try for the auxiliary building or whatever, but
I mean, if it keeps getting any colder in here, we'll be in trouble. We have the fire for now, but I'm not sure how much longer that'll last.
yeah, that's not gonna last too long. And
If we can get over the other building, if they still have power, you know, could rest there for a bit. I have the key to the building.
yeah, but
Still, staff building.
as far as anyone's been able to tell, it's still dark outside. You need lights, maybe even weapons in case something out there is as friendly as Sean seemed to be.
I mean,
You know, any other? I know that I think one of the maps downstairs said there was another guard station on the 4th floor. Do you know a safe way to get there?
I know if we head down to one of the wings, and we can head up the stairs and make our way over to the middle of the building where the station is. You know, kind of closer to the area where there's the more high risk, violent patients, and the right wing is where a lot of the criminally insane are generally kept. I mean, there might be something over there. I know some of the guards up there uh, end up getting equipped with tasers.
Don't know if going through rooms where there might be violent or criminally insane people is really worth.
I know it's a technicality, but a lot of them never really went to trial, so most of them are technically considered insane.
Right.
Insanity is a legal term, not a psychological term.
Okay. Sure. I think our best bet might be to get out the front and make a break for that other building. Do you know if there's any cars left that we might be able to use?
If there's a car, it might be out in the parking lot.
Did you drive here to work?
I mean, we drive, but the security, we park down near the main guard station. We don't park up in the actual facility lot. We have our own private side lot near the auxiliary building. I mean, that's where we have to go to check in the morning.
I guess that makes sense. I'm kind of leaning toward just going over to that other building.
Pretty sure the other
Got-
building's closer than the parking lot.
Yeah, I'm also leaning towards going towards the building.
Got 3 lights now and a decent stock of stuff that we might be able to use weapon if we need to.
Well, I have 2 scalpels and a razor blade, as well as a pack of cigarettes.
The
I
deadly.
got. I mean, they are probably the deadliest thing amongst those. I got a scalpel, a flashlight, and a letter opener. Trust me, this
And-
letter opener is going to save the day one day.
Mitch has now
Yeah.
got a billy club, a penknife, and gasoline.
I think we should just grab up everything we can from this room.
Are there any like empty containers in this room? Like heck, are there like soda bottles in the trash?
Or a can of hairspray.
That would also be kind of neat. But no, I'm looking just for like smaller containers to carry the gas, so that we don't have a big gas can that we've already used most of the gas that was in it. I think.
You used a decent amount to soak the rag, but
Yeah,
there's
I
still
want to
some
say
in
it was
it.
like half full, so now it's probably like a quarter to 3/8 full.
Yeah, about.
So it might be easier to put it into smaller containers.
You don't see any water bottles. You don't see any kind of like really fridge or anything in the room. There
Like
are
a
some,
trash can or recycling bin.
there are some cups over in the sink. If you want to try to find anything else, you'd have to make a roll.
Like glass cups or plastic cups.
Like coffee mug.
Ah, so styrofoam. Yeah, no, that would be a terrible idea. Gasoline dissolves styrofoam.
Which would make napalm, but...
Well,
Yeah.
no, not like styrofoam, like coffee mugs. Like
Oh, okay.
ceramic coffee
Ceramic.
mugs.
I mean,
Which I'm not sure.
Probably.
I was gonna say I'm not sure which would be easier to carry, the gas can or a couple dozen coffee mugs full of gas.
Well, if he rolls, there's a chance you could find the travel mug, with the
Best
lid.
part of waking up is diesel in your cup.
Well, that's why I said if he wants to find anything other than coffee cups, he'd have to make a roll to search the room.
You know what?
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Scene ender, MVP. I will
Oh
search the
God.
room.
I
Okay.
believe in you. I will send my good vibes away. Yeah.
I will search the room for containers that might be capable of holding this gas.
Okay.
2 successes.
Okay. You did roll 2 successes. You did roll 1 failure. You do have your moment on top, so you cannot re-roll that. So you do have 4 dice remaining in the pool. You did roll more successes than I did, so go ahead, tell me, what do you find as you search the room?
I find just, some plastic soda bottles in a recycling bin, some styrofoam cups in the trash. I then get the thought, I'd break up one of them into one of the bottles, and because he used to be a demolitions expert, he knows what'll happen there if he pours gas in there. So he pours gas in them, caps them off, sort of like just takes some strips of towel from Lily and like wraps them around and makes sort of a ghetto bandolier type thing, just some sort of carrying sling for them. And so now he's got
Wait, what are you using to make that?
like strips of any of the towels that Lily had left.
You use the towels to start the fire.
Okay, so I used all the towels to start the fire. All right, something else that could carry them. Yeah. No, it's I'm assuming that there's like a break room type area for the guards. There's, I want to say there's probably like a little small wastebasket type container underneath. We'll just dump that
Sure.
out and use it to hold the bottles.
Okay. Easy enough. Yeah, you end up managing to fill. You end up managing to fill 4 of these water bottles with gas. Couple of them you've broken up styrofoam cups and.
Yeah, no, I broke up some styrofoam cups and I want to say like a Sprite bottle, and the other ones are like Powerade and vitamin water or whatever.
Sure.
An assortment of random drink containers.
Yeah, random plastic drink containers.
And one of them has the styrofoam in it, so hopefully, at least in Mitch's mind, hopefully that gels up if we need something like that for any purpose.
Okay.
And yeah, no, that's yeah. I think that's all I can do with that. I can't really incorporate the moment into that in any way, so we'll work towards that in a different context, I think. Also,
Okay.
hey, I didn't end the scene.
Yeah.
Good job.
Third
Yeah,
time was the
yeah.
charm.
So currently the guard is in his uniform. I'll say because Lily managed to find a coat. If anyone else wants to grab a coat, they can feel free to.
I mean,
Yeah, sure. Get a uniform coat. It's cold.
this yeah, that would be it. I know where one coat is. There's the dead guy on the couch with the coat.
There is. But it's odd when you go and take a look at the coat he had kind of over him. It's stiff.
How did it freeze like that?
Just a bit of out of character stuff. It's actually kind of cool what fabric does when it's frozen.
Yeah, no, I've had to dig up frozen fabric. It's hard as heck to actually get through with a shovel.
Oh yeah, but it's still kind of cool how it turns pretty much solid, even though there's not a lot of ice or anything on it. I actually find it kind of cool.
I mean, it is cool.
It creates a lattice work for crystal
It's-
structures, which is
Yeah,
I know.
I got it.
Anyhow, yes. In spite of this awesomely cool jacket you just found,
Puns.
funds
mean-
for funds.
I mean,
You know what? Actually, how big are the pockets on these jackets?
I mean, they're decently big. They're like what you might expect from like a normal parka in
Okay,
terms
I
of
think
like
what
size.
Mitch is going to do is going to stuff one of these gasoline bottles in each pocket, and if they're like about the normal size you'd expect from like a jacket, they'll stay there. But it's not gonna be like if he rolls around or runs really fast, they'll probably bounce out of the pocket.
Yeah.
But right now he's gonna hand one of the other ones to someone else, and he's going to keep the napalmish one under his arm while he holds the flashlight, and have his other arm use the billy club. And that's gonna be his go-to situation for going out the door.
Okay. Do we do we want to head out?
I think it's our best bet at this point.
Yeah. Buddy.
And the guard kind of nods with you. I knew the front door was locked. When you have the key?
I have keychain. Do you recognize any of the keys on it?
And I pull out the keychain.
I wouldn't know what the front door key looks like.
Well, I guess we could try then.
Kind of nods. Heads out. Over to the door. Opens it back up.
Lily's right behind him, following him.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Mitch and Bruce?
Yeah, no, we'll follow along as well.
Alright.
Mitch will actually sort of head towards the front of our procession.
Okay. And you kind of holding the light. It's dim. It's flickering. But it is still lit at this point. You kind of lead the group over a couple doors down, back into the reception. You all kind of climb over the reception counter again, back into the main lobby area. You do notice as you're kind of climbing over, it's now begun to frost and ice over on the top of it.
Right, well, you have the key, right?
I walk over to the door and I guess I start trying the different keys.
Yep, you start trying the different keys on your on the keychain. There's not many of them. You start trying the different ones. Eventually, one of them slips in, and you kind of have to turn it, kind of put your body behind it, and eventually the door kind of, with a loud kind of unlocks as you kind of, the weight of your body falls down, with the key finally turning. The key does snap.
Yeah, I kind of expected that to happen.
But the door is unlocked, as far as you can tell.
Seeing how I'm not that very big, I kind of try and open the door, but I just don't have enough weight to make it budge.
I just can't open it.
Yeah, Mitch will try and help push the door open.
Okay, you kind of put your arms out, trying to push the door. It's difficult. It's kind of scraping along. The guard walks over, begins assisting the two of you with trying to open this door. Eventually, Bruce, you walk over as well, kind of pushing the door. Eventually, the four of you manage to get the doors kind of grinding along, opening up the front doors of the asylum. So who is in the lead heading out? As the doors open.
Mitch would take the lead, I think.
Alright, go ahead and make me a roll. Tell me what do you see when you open the doors?
I got one success.
You got 1 success, 1-1, which takes a die away from your dice pool. And you rolled more successes than I did. So tell me,
How is this happening?
what is it like when you open the doors? What do you see outside?
So it's obviously still dark out, but we're also now with the cold starting to get like a light flurry of snow. And there's somewhat disconcertingly there are no tracks, no animal tracks, no tire tracks, nothing in this freshly fallen snow. Got up to about maybe a quarter inch, half inch now. And as we're trudging our way through it, it's the crisp kind of snow that crunches and squeaks underfoot. So of course we're understandably nervous as we're making quite a bit of noise and we can't really see in the dark.
As you
We have to stop a couple times and check to make sure we're on the road still.
Well,
The snowfall.
don't progress yourself too far.
All right.
As you
Yes.
push open the door and kind of head out, you can feel the cold wind. It's blowing relatively hard, kind of whip against your bodies. You all kind of shiver a little bit, trying to kind of pull yourselves deeper into the coat. Press forward outside. The falling snow has created this fresh, clean layer on the ground. You're not sure how long it's been falling for. It's not blizzard strength by any means, but it's falling at a decent clip. Best guess is it's probably been falling for at least a couple of hours, especially with the quarter inch or so of powder on the ground. As you kind of shine your lights around, you don't see any kind of prints or tracks anywhere. Like you said, it seems pristine. As you all head out and begin your walk down towards the auxiliary building, from what the guard says, it should be down the road and off the road a bit. Closer towards the main gate of the facility. So you have, well, Bruce and Lily, you would both know that you guys have about a quarter of a mile walk down the road. It might be a little dangerous, especially in the snow, since you are going down a hill to get to the base where the gate is. You would also know like where the location of this building is. You would go down the road to the gate, and then probably just a little ways in the gate, there's a small turnoff where the guards would go to park. The building itself is about 200 yards off to the side. You begin making your way out into the darkness. The snow kind of crunching and crackling under your feet. It's falling as snow, but it seems to be icing quickly on the ground, making the walking much louder. You do, as you said, Taylor, you do have to stop at a couple times due to your nerves. As you kind of head out, and at this point now away from the main building, far enough that you're in the parking lot. The building itself behind you is now completely obfuscated by the dark. The flashlight's not bright enough to reach back anymore. Making your way through what you assume would be the parking lot. There's not quite enough snow to totally cover it. Over towards where your best memory, the main road is. You do stop at one point as you can hear crunch, crunch, crunch of what sound like footsteps off to the side of you.
Yeah, no, that's not something Mitch wants to deal with, so he kind of picks up the pace.
Okay, let you pick up the pace. The rest of you kind of trotting along behind, trying to keep up. You can still hear off to the side, kind of behind you and to the right a bit. Crunch, crunch, crunch. And then you can start to hear from kind of over to your left in front of you. Crunch, crunch, crunch. In the snow and the pitch black, your flashlights give you enough light to see just a few feet around you in the direction they're pointing. Made more difficult to see through with the falling snow.
Lily will reach her hand into her pockets and grab the handle of one of her scalpels and basically have a scalpel in each hand, just in her pockets, but not out yet.
Yeah, and Mitch is gonna like keep a hold on his flashlight and tighten his grip on the billy club and ready himself for anything that might come out of the darkness.
Okay. Illiren,
Sup?
Bruce, I need you to do me a favor.
Of course, man. What do you need?
I need you to make me a roll. As you hastening your steps behind Mitch and Lily, begin to feel a chilling pain kind of creeping back on your shoulder again. It is.
Ooh.
Oh, you already made your roll.
I mean, you did tell me to.
Okay. You did roll one success and one failure. Removes one of the dice from your dice pool. However, you did not roll more successes than I did.
Alright.
Bruce, as you kind of clutch at your shoulder, feeling a numbing pain. Lily, you kind of turn around, kind of looking at Bruce. As you and Mitch pause for a second, you can hear him kind of wince and stop momentarily. Kind of walking over, you kind of take a look, trying to see what's wrong. Kind of pulling the parka off to the side a little bit. You can see where there was formerly just kind of a light frosted handprint on the back of his clothing. It's turned into a blackened, wheezing burn on his skin in the shape of a hand. As you all stop temporarily, just for a couple seconds after you stop, you can continue to hear the crunch of the other footsteps around you until they pause. And it's just the wind.
It's been a long night. Come on. Story's not over yet.
I honestly don't know what to do or say.
Yeah. I mean, we'd probably just keep going. Seems like something happened, but nothing came out of the darkness at us, so...
Fine, let's go. Fine.
Okay, you all begin to walk farther, reaching the edge of the parking lot and beginning to make your way down the hill. The footsteps in front of you, behind you, keeping pace. As you eventually reach the base of the hill, begin looking for this turnoff. Until eventually you can see just a couple hundred yards away from you what seems to be a building. A single flickering light on what seems to be a second floor window, flickering in and out.
Something's probably working in there.
I mean, I think it has its own generator, but it doesn't look like it's particularly stable. From what I remember, it's out to the side of the building. We might want to take a look at it when we get over there before we head in.
Depends if the inside is warm, it might be a good idea to take a breather in there first.
As you guys turn and begin making your way towards the flickering light in the building, you can hear the footsteps from behind you begin to quicken in their pace, getting closer and closer to you.
Lily releases her grip out around one of her scalpels and pulls out the keychain flashlight to keep just pointed behind us. Even if we're not looking, just more light.
And you pull out the keychain flashlight. It gives a dull ring of light kind of around your hand, but in the snow and the dark open space, it's not really doing a whole lot more than just kind of emitting a flickering light immediately in its vicinity, as you can kind of hear whisper kind of grating against the wind as the footsteps stop and the sound grows from behind you. I am going to need one of you to make a roll. You can decide amongst you who is going to make this roll. But this
It sounds
is...
like
Well, hold up. I need to find the part of the book to read this to you.
uh-oh.
I think...
We triggered a scripted event.
Okay, which section is this going to be in? Okay. I'm looking for something very specific here. Uh, 36. Alright. This is the point in the game where I do like to start introducing some additional rules to people that we haven't really talked about yet. The first rule I'm going to introduce you to is the ability to seize narration. If a conflict is successful, but the GM rolls an equal number or more sixes and therefore wins narration rights, the active player may choose to seize narration. In order to do this, you must immediately darken a candle and end a scene. This does not cause the conflict to fail. Instead, it wins narration rights for the player, and they may then narrate the outcome of the successful conflict. However, it does end the scene as darkened candles normally do. The next rule I will introduce is what is currently going on. A dire conflict. The GM may label any conflict as a dire conflict if failure would result in lethal or ruinous consequences for the characters involved. For example, jumping out of the way of an attack or diving from a moving car before it plummets off a cliff could both be considered dire conflicts. If the conflict roll is unsuccessful, as with all conflicts, a candle is darkened and the GM narrates the likely severe outcome. Labeling a conflict as dire indicates the stakes are much higher and that a failed roll may result in characters becoming gravely injured, the group being separated, the loss of vital equipment, or any number of other heavy consequences. In addition, any player, not just the active player, may, if they deem it thematically appropriate, choose to have their character die as a result of the failed dire conflict. In this case, the candle is still darkened, but the player who made the sacrifice wins narration rights over the failed conflict as well as their character's death. A voluntary death in this manner is the only time when a player may narrate the results of a failed conflict. Martyrdom. If a character sacrifices themselves as part of a failed dire conflict in such a way that they die heroically, in assistance to their fellow survivors, or for the greater good, they may grant their hope die, if they have earned one, to another survivor who is essentially inspired by their selfless act. Moving forward, this player may then roll this hope die as if it were theirs, in addition to any other hope dice they are already rolling. So I need someone to make a roll in this situation, as something seems to be approaching rapidly from behind your group. This is a dire conflict.
I kind of want to say.
Hey
Lily
there, Jacob.
was pointing her light back at the thing.
Yeah,
That
at
might
this
be
point,
thematically appropriate for Lily to roll it.
yeah. And I wouldn't want Taylor to roll it. I think it would be better, more of a chance for the ones who have hope dice to roll it. And between me and Bruce, it would definitely be Lily, because Lily's already on guard, so to speak.
Okay.
About that. So it's 2d6 and 1 hope die.
Yes, it is 2d6 and then a 1d6 for your hope dice. Also, thanks for tuning in, Jacob. Okay. You did succeed. However, you did not roll more sixes than I did.
Okay.
Let me just double check something here.
Lily's about to have a bad time, I think.
Lily, as you all begin sprinting towards the building, the sound begins approaching from behind as the footsteps that were following after you stop. The noise growing closer. You stuck your hand out with the keychain light behind you, but the noise is continuing to grow as the rest of the group continues running. You quickly turn and throw your keychain light out into the darkness towards the noise. You can't see anything as the light travels into the darkness and disappears from view in the air, but you can hear the noise recoil back as you turn and continue sprinting after the rest of your group, not wanting to stop to check the generator. You all reach the door as you can hear more footsteps crunching around the building, approaching. The guard fumbling around in his pockets quickly opens up the door, holds it open for all of you, ushering you all inside. As you can hear again, the footsteps stop. As he goes to run to the building with you all, he stops and gets yanked back into the darkness, the door getting pulled with his hands slamming shut behind all of you, now leaving you in a dark room.
Real quick, out of character, that went a lot better than I was expecting.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
Oh, if you had failed, you were losing an arm.
Yeah, I know. And a couple things. One, the only reason why I succeeded was my hope dice.
Yes, it was.
Second, why am I getting reminded of White Walkers?
No idea.
Okay, so we are in behind a door.
Yes.
Presumably murders something or other on the other side.
Looking around, the
In
room. The room is dark. The only light you have are the two flickering, dimming flashlights. Both of them seem to be on their last legs. The room itself is warmer than it was by a long shot up in the asylum. It's warmer than it is outside. It's very least shielding you from the wind. You can still faintly see your breath. Taking a look around the room, you seem to be in a somewhat wide hallway. A couple of an arched doorway without a door at the far end. From what you can see of the dim flashlight light, there seems to be a couple of tables and what looks like a refrigerator, kind of poking into the doorway from what you can see. And there seems to be a door on the left and a door a little bit farther down this hallway on the right.
All right, are we in like a bare hallway or just a large room, or is there furniture?
No, it's a hallway.
Okay, so it's like an entry hallway.
Yes.
There's no paintings or anything?
There seem to be a couple of picture frames on the walls, but you can't really tell of what, as the glass is kind of frosted and crystallized over.
Okay. I take it you just saw what he said?
Yeah.
I had to mute because of that.
Oh, God.
Because I actually pictured that in my mind.
Okay, are you guys talking about something in the stream chat?
Yeah.
Basically, when the guard died, Jacob put cue the Wilhelm scream, you know, the ah!
Yeah, the Wilhelm scream.
Yeah. And that just,
See, the way I was...
The old thing goes.
That is amusing, but the way I was trying to narrate it was he didn't even have a chance to scream. He just got sucked into the darkness and was gone.
Yeah.
That's fair, yeah. It's like the old saying, you don't have to be faster than a bear, you just have to be faster than your friends.
That is true.
Yeah, we've got die pool of 2.
Dark.
Mitch will be holding the door shut. Say, either you two want to go see if we can grab a chair or something. Maybe slow that thing down.
Yeah.
Maybe make it
Lily
lose interest.
will walk over and grab a chair, I guess.
Alright, well, there's no chair in the hallway. You would have to go into one of the side rooms.
Does anyone else want to do it? I'm not gonna push my luck with any more rolls at this particular moment.
I think I dropped my scalpel back there. Bruce is just leaning against the wall, holding his arm.
Yeah, Bruce, you can feel your shoulder beginning to throb again.
Plot twist. Didn't see that coming.
Mitch, you're kind of holding the door shut.
I
It
guess
does-
I'll have to.
doesn't seem like anything is trying to get in from the other side at the moment. You could also alternatively look, taking a peek at the door. There does seem to be a deadbolt latch you could throw.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Throw the deadbolt latch. If nothing else seems to be trying to get through, Mitch will try and help look for a chair or recliner, any sort of like something you can block the door with.
Okay.
Either like a wood chair jammed under the handle or something larger just placed in front of the door.
Do you guys want to head into the room on the left, the room on the right, or the through the archway at the far end of the hall?
Let's do right door first. I have a good feeling about this, guys.
Okay, you make your way over to the right-hand doorway. The door is cold to the touch. You pull the sleeve of the jacket down over your hand. A couple of times, a couple of attempts. Get it to turn and kind of push the door open with your shoulder into the dark room. Go ahead and make me a roll.
Woo.
Ender MC is back.
Boop. Not so great. But hey, I increased the die pool again.
Back up to 4.
You know, I have
As
a question. Might probably never come up, like ever. Like ever.
uh-huh.
What would happen if when Kitsune rolled a 2d6 plus hope die, if the 2d6 were both 1s, but the hope die was a 6?
You know what? I'm curious too.
I believe that just makes it a success, and then your dice pool gets sent to 0.
Yeah, so if
That's actually a good question.
I would probably rule it that the scene would continue as it was until someone who did not have a hope die had to make a roll,
That sounds reasonable.
and then they would
Yeah,
auto
that
fail.
sounds-
Because you did technically succeed the roll, but especially if you didn't have a reason to use your vice, or you couldn't use your vice or your virtue to reroll the ones, you would have a 0 dice pool. So if someone had to make a check, they would have to use a hope die, or they would auto fail.
It's unlikely it'll ever come up again.
You just jinxed it. Congratulations.
You're welcome.
But holy crap, this game is lasting a long time.
Yeah, we've been playing
Oh,
for
yeah, no.
5 hours this time.
Yeah, no, the next session we'll have to be these last 4 scenes that will probably go by much more quickly.
Oh yes,
Yeah, especially with less dice in the pool.
the less dice, the faster it starts to go.
We say before everyone starts rolling 6s like a hot night of Warhammer tables.
Alright, but you manage to push the door open. The door kind of scrapes as you open the door, kind of looking inside. You can feel a cold wind blowing against your face. Taking a look around the room, you see... Hold on. What the hell? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Sorry. Taking a look, it seems to be a room for the guards. There are chairs and a table set up to one side. Look like some lockers against the far wall with a row of windows about halfway up. lining the wall to the front. As you kind of look, kind of shining your flickering lights around. Hold up.
Bless you.
Excuse me, thank you. You can see all of the windows seem to be either frosted or broken open. The glass littering the ground inside of the room. And as your light, Mitch, sweeps across them, you can briefly for a second see the reflection of eyes in the windows before they go dark again. And that is where the scene will end, and that is where we will wrap up for this evening.
What?
Now, we do have one last thing to do before we actually call it. We do have 3 truths to do. We'll go Taylor, then Illiren, and then myself.
I get to go first 3 times in a row. Hooray.
Yay.
I don't know if that's something to be proud of. Sorry about that.
All right. Truth. Think about his low hit point jokes.
Nah.
Let's see. This building's generator is low on fuel.
Okay. Illiren.
There's plenty of furniture in the building to burn.
Okay. And let's see. A couple ideas. Just need to decide which one I want to go with.
Uh-oh.
You hear the sound of shattering glass from the 2nd floor, followed by a scream. Three, 2, 1.
And
We
we
are alive.
slightly better.
Well, you're all alive for the next few scenes at least.
Yep.
So another
Oh,
5 hours.